Well, you don't got to shut up.
Yeah, well, nearly impossible for a foreigner to obtain a driver's license.
Continually pale and
they just
washed
don't give them
out,
out.
weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are awake, we are awake, we are not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs,
We are awake, we are not alone.
if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset,
We are striving for more.
start taking iron today.
Thank God it's Friday.
It's Friday, my dudes.
And a TGIF to you all.
That's Saturday.
Unless it's Saturday. Then
Thank God it's Saturday.
TGIS to those. Welcome, everybody, to Have No Sphere, right here on the Iron Realm Media YouTube channel. My name is Josh Corey, and we have got a house full. So let's jump right in and say hello. Let's start off, because ladies first, Mrs. Cammie Nodell. You may know her from her channel here on YouTube. She's got a channel, Aisling717. Cammie, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How is everything? It's been a crazy week.
It has been a fast week. It has gone by that I can't believe it's already Friday. I can't believe I missed last Friday, but I'm happy to be here tonight. All is going good. Glowbusters is back on the air. Spring is coming. I think my life is pretty boring, so I'm going to let you move it on over.
Spring is coming. I think next week is going to hit halfway for us. Through the wintertime.
I'm ready.
Or the summertime, if you're in the summertime. And it's Saturday. If it's Saturday and you're in the summertime, well, then this conversation is just confusing as all get out.
Confusing. And I'm upside down.
And you're upside down.
I know.
That's okay. Ballers don't have an up. Everything's up to a baller. Or down, for that matter. Let's say hello to Mr. Walter Johnson. He's got a channel here on YouTube, Flat Earth Head. Walter, how was your Friday, sir? How the hell you been?
I am good. It is Friday, my dudes. We made it. Our Saturday, my dude. And yeah, we're here. We had a great start this morning. Hope you were there. If you weren't, well, you know where to find it. But we're here, and we got, as you said, house full. You hear me yapping enough. Let's move on to these other amazing folks.
Yeah, we do hear you quite a bit. We hear you, we hear me, and we hear Zachary Zabala here. Mr. Good Times for All is the name of his channel here on YouTube. You'll hear all three of us usually on Tuesdays and Friday mornings over there on Truth Frequency Radio, TFRlive.com. And we also simulcast here to YouTube, Odyssey, DLive, Facebook, Twitter, a few other places. You know, we're around. Zach, how was your Friday, sir?
Pretty good. I'm still kind of glowing from yesterday, and just like super excited about these perspective measurements that I've been working on. I've been playing with it a lot today. Yeah, I think it's a done deal. I'm so excited about this. This is going to be so much fun watching people squirm trying to get around this one.
Yeah, this is
But
going to be
yeah,
really
no,
good.
I found out that my brother told my mom that, hey, Mom, I think Zach's right about the whole Earth not being a globe thing. You know, and that made my year. That made my everything right there. That one sentence just, it was just like a big, huge sigh of, oh, finally, you know, one of my family members has opened their eyes and taken a look and is thinking about, you know, reality for the first time. So it was a huge step for me. So yeah, everything's gravy now. Yeah, good week. Good day.
I bet you are riding high. That's some good shit. That's some really good shit. When mom says, "Oh, well, if the smart son says, then maybe I should look into this a little more." And then we'll go back and ask the other one.
Yeah, I gave her a David Weiss interview, one of the good ones he did recently, where you know, the people at the beginning they were polite the whole time, but they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna laugh at you a lot, and you know, this is ridiculous. There's no way we're gonna change our mind." And at the end, they're like, "Okay, we got to have you back on. I had no idea it was gonna be like this." You know, one of those. So yeah, we'll see. I'll give her a call here. I'm gonna let her marinate for a little bit. You know, let it settle in. And then yeah, I'm sure she'll have some questions.
I'm sure she
Next
will.
time.
I'm sure she will. Maybe we can even get her on here one of these days and get to know the real Zach Zabala.
Oh, she knows I've been nuts since, you know, forever.
All right. Well, then let's just jump right in and say hello to the faces you don't usually see hanging around here. We'll start with our good buddy TJ, Terrestrial Mac. Don't
What's
mind
up?
my dogs. What's going on, TJ? How you been?
Not much, dude. I'm good. I sat in like a 7-hour meeting today, so that was like the opposite of what this will be. So I'm pretty stoked.
My goodness, sorry about
It-
that one.
And it's probably not going to go 7 hours.
Right. Well,
Probably.
never know, but it's a Friday, man. Well, unless it's Saturday.
That's right.
No, but I'm stoked to
Right,
hear.
we'll have to go 7 hours to catch up to Campbell.
Yeah.
Or at least 12. I think a full 12 and we'll be set.
I want to hear what Campbell has to
Let's jump right in
say.
and say hello
Hear
to
what
Campbell.
Zach has to say. I'm stoked. I only caught part of what he was saying there when I was fumbling with my camera.
Yeah, we always have such
join you
major
guys.
conversations before the show. So much good stuff that needs to get said during the show. And we'll definitely going to address it. He talked a bit about it in his perspective observations. But we cover it so thoroughly beforehand that I feel like sometimes we don't quite cover it as thoroughly, or sometimes we try to make it thorough, but it gets a little, I don't know, awkward and hard to carry when you're trying to repeat yourself after something you just said like 2 hours ago, and you're trying to say the exact same thing. It's got to have, you know, with the same vibe and all that good stuff, and it's just not there, and it gets a little weird, a little cumbersome. So repeating yourself like that is awkward. So we'll make Zach do it anyway.
It's like improvising music. I think Thelonious Monk said after 2 takes you're just imitating yourself. Like you know you're spent.
All the creativity is already there. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's get done bumbling around and say hello to the man of the hour. You might know him from his Autodidactic channel or his Autodidactic 2 channel. Campbell, how are you doing, sir? Welcome back. Glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone in chat and listening. Yeah, I'm doing well. Standing upside down. It's summer. I think we're heading for 39 degrees Celsius today.
That's rough.
So yeah, all good.
I'm not too good with Celsius, but I know 39 is warm.
Figure double it and almost add 30.
I think 33 is around 100.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're up there. I don't mind heat, but that's a little excessive for me.
Yeah, it's all right as long as you don't have to work out in it, you know.
Or move. As long as you don't have to carry anything heavy, do a lot of physical labor, then I guess you're fine.
I spent like, I mean, I've been at work, a labor worker most of my life, and for 10 years I was in roofs, like doing cabling and things, and so being inside a roof when it's 40 degrees, it's pretty interesting. It's like double, 60 degrees or so. It's a good way to lose
You
weight.
can't even breathe. Yeah. Yeah, you're just dripping sweat standing there.
Yeah.
Just pouring bullets.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if it's a wooden roof, you can smell the wood. It's like being in a sauna because it gets so hot, like all the oils start coming out of the wood, and it's like it smells like a sauna. It's really cool.
Well, it's 43 in South Carolina and raining, but our 43 has got an F after it instead of a C,
Yeah, I know.
which converts
But
to
rain here,
6.1.
rain
Yeah.
hit the ground.
Yeah, that conversion is 6 degrees Celsius. I just looked it up. So I
6
would trade with you. I would trade with
Oh
you.
my God.
And raining. It's a little bit chilly here.
When it hits like about 15 degrees, we're all running for fireplaces and putting on multiple jackets and things. That's too cold. So I don't know what 6 degrees is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was talking to someone yesterday and they were saying it's snowing, and I haven't seen snow in 25 years.
Well, I'm a Colorado girl, so I'm actually and the Colorado girl that had a cabin at close to 10,000 feet for a number of years. But I will tell you that even at 43 degrees here and raining, it's a different type of cold than 20 degrees, which should put you well below zero there. And the sun is shining and the air is thinner there, and you feel the sun and it's calm. The temperatures and the humidity, and again, just the density of the air really change how you feel it.
Yeah, the moisture, it gets on your skin and then like freezes. So you really feel it.
Yeah, at
That's
the
killer
cabin.
in the heat as well.
The thing at the cabin up at 10,000 feet, you could be at literally zero or below zero on your Celsius, again, quite a bit below freezing, and have it perfectly calm, and the air is so thin out there that if you're in the sun, you could have shorts on at 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
What was it? July 5th, I think. We went up to the mountains and there was snow on the ground. I'm wearing shorts.
We're wearing
and sandals,
shorts and playing in
and
the
I was walking
snow.
around in the snow. Yeah, and it wasn't like the air was cold. The air wasn't that cold. It was really weird. I've
The
never
thin air
seen
makes
anything
it different.
like that.
Yeah, it's different. It's very different. At sea level, it's a very different temperature feel. So if I was in Colorado complaining of 43 degree chilliness, they'd be laughing it's like 43 is shorts weather in Colorado.
It was like 30 here, and I was bringing in firewood in basketball shorts.
It just blows my mind how different this place is. Just traveling, you can just go up a mountain, down a mountain. It could only be a 10-mile, 20-mile jaunt, and go up a few thousand, maybe 6,000 feet in elevation, and the whole world changes. At least here, you could be out in a desert, see nothing around you at all. See a mountain off in the distance, and it's like, it's hot, it's dry, and then you go up in that mountain, and there's springs and trees and animals everywhere. Yeah, I love this place. People who say that this place is boring or life is boring, they're not looking around.
I do snow removal now.
More.
Yeah,
and like we're higher than like the city, so sometimes it snows here, but like my boss doesn't. I'm like, oh, I'm expecting a call to go have to move snow, and they're like, oh no, it didn't snow down here. It's like, it's only it's a short drive, but it's just the elevation.
I think I'm going to make that T-shirt. I like it. Higher than the city.
That's elevation discrimination, man.
Elevation discrimination. I love it.
That's the T-shirt. Yeah.
Yep. Elevation discrimination. So what's been up lately, man? What have you been dipping your toes into lately?
Oh gosh, every
every day,
thing.
right?
It's the
Dude,
never-ending story,
I was
right?
perusing earlier trying to get a little catch up because I'm so behind on everybody. And like I said, I'd watched the trade ones because it popped up in my notice and I caught it. But I was digging back through and it's like, where do you start? Go ahead,
Yeah.
I'll
So I'm
shut
going to
up.
do a few more on the trains, just because I mean trains they just appear out of nowhere, and they're all like 50 tons of solid iron, but there's no story to the iron mines, the foundries, the factories, how they were shipping all this stuff. They just kind of have this story. Oh, this guy just built a train, and then of course there's tracks everywhere for them to run on. So it's a big. So I'm delving into that at the moment, among other things. I mean, this is the problem. It's just such a big topic, but I'm going to try and get sort of a little series together on that. And yeah, just going down the mud flood in the cities and what happened, the resets. I mean, it's all pretty. I think we've got a pretty good view of what's gone on. So I don't know, maybe, depend, you've got to sort of look at what's going to be the most practical at this point. I think we've kind of uncovered all this stuff and it's irrefutable. If you look at the evidence, clearly there was a mud flood, a reset, a past civilization, advanced tech, all this stuff. But I mean, I guess what do we take away from it? I think the tech part's a good one. I've been delving into free energy a lot.
Yeah, I've been
If you
seeing
can
some
hear
of
that
that.
screaming, that's my cat. Sorry, my
No
cat.
worries.
That's in the background screaming.
He's
Definitely
the talker.
22. So
That's awesome.
yeah. So yeah, free energy is a good one. So I've been working with a few people, and we've got someone who's making free energy devices, literally. And he's one of these. Well, I know a couple of these genius types, and yeah, so that's fun. But this is
Isn't
the thing,
that
like
Faraday
even
research?
yeah, Faraday, Mike Faraday. Yeah, so if you go check out Faraday Research, guys, this guy, he literally just makes the things and shows you how to make these little engines and things. And he's got like a step-up motor, a step-up pulse motor, and you can put like millivolts into it. Like you can literally connect up a little battery to it, and out the end you get more than 240. You can run, appliances and stuff. So there's all this stuff coming out because, they just, the power, that's what they took, the power, and now they charge us for it. But it's all free. They don't, all these generators and power stations we see around and, nuclear, all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's all fake.
I know.
That's
I
not how
wonder
they're
what
getting
they're
power.
actually doing with these buildings and stuff because they're huge and massive.
Well, I saw the other day, I watched this video and it was talking about California and how California's the biggest oil pumping, that pumps the most oil out of the ground out of anywhere. And what they've done is there's all these buildings and they look like buildings, but you go inside and it's a big oil pump in there. And they've literally just built a building so it doesn't look ugly, I never knew that.
I
But
never
there was a
heard that
building
either.
there.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So what else are they hiding? Because there was, do you remember that bombing last year? It was I think it was Texas. It was in the US, and someone had like a truck and they blew it up and outside this building, but it didn't blow up the building. It blew the buildings across the road up and cars and stuff. And all it did was blow this facading off this building. And this building, it had this
That is
facade
ringing
with
a bell
windows
now
and
for some
doors.
reason. Yeah.
And underneath it was just solid brick, no windows, no nothing. It was just this, it was made to look like it had windows, and it was really weird. So I don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. We just don't know. But what we do know is electricity doesn't get used as much. It's when it goes into your house, it's not like you get 10 electricity go in and you use 8 and 2 go out the other end. If 10 come in, 10 go out. You'd be like, it comes in, you use what you want, and the same amount goes out the other end.
It's like dipping into a stream as it goes by. Right.
it's like putting, a little
Well,
paddle wheel in a river, right? It'll run the paddle wheel, and then when you take it out, it won't. But the river still runs, right? You haven't taken anything out of it, so it's such a scam.
I've not done it personally because I just don't have the equipment, but I've watched videos of people I trust where they take, like voltmeters and things and show on one side of the box, like breaker box or whatever, it's putting out what it's showing. But on the input side, there's absolutely fucking nothing going into this box. So how in the hell, and it's one of these new smart whatever in his new house that's whatever. And yeah, it's pretty nuts, the stuff that they're hiding from us.
Mhm.
I've seen, man, I'm gonna have to find it now. I saw a video just recently showing one of these Mercury like art reactors. They're still using one of these 100-year-old elevators. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hang on one second.
Oh,
Yeah, that thing was wild looking. I've noticed they've used
I know.
Mercury a lot in the past. A lot of this old Antiquitech, I think it was for amplifying the signals that they were sending out or receiving. I had a buddy who hooked up a bulb. He built his own antenna, just a couple wires, put on a piece of wood, and he'd move it around into different places. Well, he hooked a Mercury bulb up to it, and it was like 100-fold. He got so many more channels just by doing that, just by hooking up this Mercury bulb to it. So it makes you wonder, what were they doing with that stuff?
Yeah, if you spin Mercury, it gets anti-grav properties and things. Well, anti-grav, levitation, should we say, properties. But it's the same. It's like everything, right? It's like the airships, that used to be everywhere. But then we have the Zeppelin, and it crashes, and no more airships. Can't use that. It's like the sun, right? The sun used to like us, but then in the 80s, it decided it would give us all skin cancer.
Yeah.
And the same with Mercury. Mercury was everywhere. They literally, there's photos of kids in school and they just playing with it in their hands and stuff. But now, no, it's illegal. If you get near that stuff, it'll kill you.
Yeah, I stayed in trouble as a kid because I would accidentally break thermometers all the time to play with.
Exactly, right? How many thermometers got broken? But where's the carnage? So it's just all taking that away because it's an amplifier. There's a video of a dude in Russia who gets an old box TV and goes out into a field and like turns it on, it's just all static. And then he gets a little like bit of mercury and hooks it up to the antenna, and he's getting digital TV from all over the world.
Hey, Josh, show me the powers.
Sorry, I didn't give anybody no powers. Ain't
Nobody
got no powers.
So we hoard all that powers there. You got to have an evil laugh. Right. All right. You powered me up?
No, F you.
All right.
Oh.
Here we go. This is
wow.
an elevator that's still in operation.
What? Wow. Vacuum.
Hold on. You're going to have to keep that up there because it's going to take me a minute then to switch screens.
Oh, hang on. I'll back it up.
No, you have to go back and put it back up so that I can just hold it there so that I can get it up. I think I got it. Boingo.
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's the manufacturer called?
That little green stuff. You see that happening? That little green like arc like cycling around and coming up into that tube. What the hell? That's off that pool of mercury at the bottom.
Cold fusion. Cold fusion, maybe.
That's wow.
Blue plasma.
Yeah, somewhere I've got another video, a channel I found where a guy takes one of these, he buys one and like hooks it up in his his home lab and starts showing you and playing, but I don't know. We're probably going to get a
Type 150B 25913.
Commentary. All right, I'll stop sharing. Anyway, you get the idea.
That's what it said on there. Type 150B, and then those numbers.
I think they've got it linked in the thing here too. Hang on one second. Let me go.
And so was that the motor? Was that the whole motor?
No, don't make me lie. I just have seen the video of that rectifier. Is that what they call it? A Mercury arc rectifier.
Mercury
yeah.
arc rectifier. Lucas is letting us know in chat.
Oh,
I know that dude.
Oh, the Mercury. Okay.
And Lucas.
Right.
So what's a
Hey, go.
what's a rectifier, Lucas?
It converts AC to DC is what I found out when I was looking them up when I saw that video the first time. Because when I saw the video, it was just a little brief part of it on a Twitter feed, and then I had to dig and found that.
It just changes the
or at least that's what they say, right? Hang on. But that weirdness going on over that pool.
So it's like it's converting ethereal energy into mechanical or electrical energy, pretty much. Is that what's happening, Lucas? Anyone with electrical background? This isn't my problem, because we don't get taught anything about electrics in school, not even simple circuits. And I'm 50 almost, and I'm just learning this stuff. And when you learn it, you figure out it's not that hard. They give us this thing like, oh, you've got to be an electrical engineer or electrician, and don't touch that or you'll explode and the whole city will burn down. And it's nothing like that. It's when you talk to people like, Mike Faraday and Bernie and that, they're just like, no, this is it. I mean, I've got to learn, what a current is compared to wattage, compared to all these different words. But yeah, it was like that. That motor didn't look that complex. You look, look at a car engine today, right? You look inside a car engine, and oh my god! But,
so this is in
back in the
comments.
day, everything was more simple, but it worked better.
This is in the comments under the video. Many cinemas use these rectifiers, one for each projector. They were really reliable, some running for over 60 years. In cinema use, they ran the carbon rods that provided the arc, which in turn provided the light for the projectors. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Now, what are the numbers?
These things were just everywhere. Let's see. Hewetic, HEWITTIC 150/6 24102 Mercury arc rectifier, made in England. 6 wire AC
6
input.
156.
Well, it's 150/6 is how it's written.
/6. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Have you seen pictures of the Eiffel Tower back in the early 1800s, and it's just full of lights, and it's got all these decks and massive spotlight things on it, and that's supposed to have been. Well, they tell us that was, the where they tested the first elevators, or the braking system. I'm just wondering if there's some correlation there. If these elevators were like sparking, and they were just using the excess energy for lights and stuff, because all this, they just rip all this stuff out, right? That's why they go around and demolish buildings. It's like, oh, there's too much tech in there. Look, we got to get rid of that one. And then they give you a box to live in. So it's, we're still in the reset. The reset's.
Yeah, in New York City, they've covered so many of the buildings. And it's not like they're making them prettier. They're taking all this beautiful artwork and all these beautiful engravings and carvings, and they just put a wall around it. And it's like a new building now.
This is what is starting to come out a lot.
Did we build any of these buildings?
Now is all this. No. Especially not up New York or New York and the sort of east. All sort of the old states in the US, Virginia and all that sort of area. That was all known as Nuremberg, and there was a city called Nuremberg, and it was pretty much where Washington is. I just put a video up the other day where with all these photos, they were renovating the White House back in the 40s and 50s. And there's photos of them inside the White Houses with trucks and big dozers, and they're digging down. They're taking all this dirt out of it. And then you start seeing these little tunnels and bits of, brickwork under the ground. It's pretty. So yeah, no, they didn't, and they didn't build that.
The whole front lawn.
I mean, what are we?
When they tore up that whole front lawn, and there's buildings under there. And you're just used to seeing people walking. You don't even realize. I mean, obviously there probably is, but when you actually see it, it's really mind-boggling. And to see them like inside with all this big, heavy machinery inside the building, inside of the White House. It's that weird, what's the word I'm looking for? Contrast that just really, it's kind of hurts your brain a little bit thinking about what the fuck are they doing in there? How is that there to begin with? Why were all these brick buildings just around? And what made somebody think that, hey, these are just up for grabs? All this brick is just up for grabs. It's a gratuity, this masonry. Look, it's Freemasons. I mean, what are all these buildings up here up for grabs? What is all this? I just don't get it. And all just buildings everywhere.
It was a takeover. I mean, all these wars, the War of Independence and all these civil wars, they're all just cover stories for, the nefarious ones, shall we call them, going in and destroying civilizations and taking them over. I mean, you look into the White House, it got burnt down in the 1700s. Then there was wars and revolutions around it, and it was under siege, like so many times. But this is a building that they built, in the late 1700s, apparently, when there was no industry. And they just happened to build one of the most indestructible buildings of all time. They just whacked it up. And what they did is they dug a hole out first, built half of it underground, then filled that in, and then kept building, apparently. But, I mean, there's this other photo too, and they say that they put the second story on the White House in 1927. And there's photos of, the bottom story, and, we all know the White House, right? It's 2 stories, and then it's got that bottom sort of foundation-y looking bit. And they got this photo, and it's got the bottom story and then only half of the top story. And they're like, yeah, we built this in 1927. But there's so many photos from the 1800s, and it's got 2 stories. It's like weird. Like, why would they put that photo out there? Because it's clearly just fake. It's just the weirdest thing. So this, I don't know, is reality just breaking down? Is this all just part of the, Mandela effect? I mean, it's starting to not make sense it doesn't make sense at all when you look into the past. But
really starting to think
with the maps, there's some, I don't know. I'm starting to think that a lot of the pictures and maps we've got are probably from like 600 or 700 years ago, and they're telling us they're like from 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now, oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
no,
step
I'm just
you
on the
up.
one hand, it seems like we see a very truncated history, that it's a whole lot closer, some of the things we've been told, than we were led to believe. But then, with the whole I versus 1960, there'd be I6, whatever. But then there's also that idea that maybe there are things that are way more ancient and further back. So is it just endless cycles of this thing? Is that just how this kind of is? Is just endlessly cycling this little area? I mean, because you've seen the ancient melted looking things. You've seen the recent stuff. You've seen those gouged out irregular tracks that make absolutely no sense on these fucking roads that, like, what the hell? How old is that? And I don't know. I'm rambling.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Tracks. Gosh. And they tell us they're ancient tracks that they dug out, that they scraped into the rock.
Right.
For
uneven,
what reason?
Different sizes. Yeah, that makes
exactly
sense.
Different
widths. Right. Different. Right.
No sense.
Now,
how would that even help you?
I have a memory from like over 20, 25 years ago when I was heavily like researching Pike's Peak, and it led me down Alfred Pike and assigning Zebulon Pike and that to look for it. And interesting to me because this whole expedition that was specifically to look for this location, and this is like long before even me and conspiracy theories, but it was I read the journals and onto the trek and how they were looking for this exact like markings, and they set out specifically looking for what they would name after his second cousin or whatever, Zebulon. I wish I remembered all the details as well as I remembered every lyric from the song from the 70s. But do you think something like that, when you look at the technology of Cheyenne Mountain and the impossibilities that are in that area, again, with the knowledge, have you connected? I mean, because with me, it's like flashbacks and things are connecting with what you're doing, but they had knowledge of where this stuff was, and they were definitely like looking for specific regions. And to me, the Pikes Peak region with that, I mean, Cheyenne Mountain, and the largest underground. And again, do we even have the technology to do what they did at Cheyenne Mountain? Any thoughts?
So
Right.
yeah, they knew the old world, whatever, the old grid system was all built on energy points and nodes and using the ley lines, and that's, we get all the star forts and the star cities, all connected, with man-made canals, which they tell us are rivers, which they're not. Of course, water, has current. So yeah, there's also all these books, sort of the late 1600s, early 1700s, and it's just all these people going around the world and showing you these cities. Oh, look at this one, and they're all sort of half buried in that. So they definitely, the age of discovery, right? That was the age of rediscovery. That was when they went out after the deluge and they went around mapping, and yeah, they were definitely looking for the high energy points. They
Yeah,
wanted to control them. And oh, sorry, you go.
No, you're right on. But yeah, I'm wondering too, did they know that there were ruins there, or the high energy points in doing it? Is there more to it than just, again, is that?
I bet they were
Spinning in
mapped
the
out
freezers.
already. I bet they were already mapped
Right.
out. They were just trying to figure out the key
They'll just
to the
find-
map to figure out
Right.
where they can predict and find others. Otherwise, they're just searching blind, hoping to connect the dots, so to speak. But
Right,
I
Jeff.
think there were definitely
And
ruins
they
and
may not have
mounds.
known how to activate them. They may have just been, like it's more, we've got control of it just so you can't have it and turn it back on, kind of thing. Because a lot of these points, it's pretty weird and not very nice. But when you look into where abattoirs are, they're all on bloody nodal points of the ley lines. So it's literally they're putting as much, bad juju there when it used to be structures like star forts and that, and buildings that would, mimic the natural energy, and so they would help that energy flow. Now everything they do is to repress the sort of natural earth energies. But I mean, who's they, right? This is the next question: is it us doing all this, or is it someone else?
I think we probably came originally from the same stock as they. Just look throughout history. There's been a very definite they that have been trying to sever humans away from nature. All throughout, whether it's the false history they give us or the recent history that we can remember. We were talking about it earlier before the show, that there's this huge disconnect that we've suffered in nature. Zach was saying that we were probably so connected and so in tune with nature, we could go out and look and see and know where we were on the earth based on the signs and the stars in the sky and that sky clock up there. We were so in tune because that's all we had. That was the television. There was no lights. There's no light pollution, right? The only time we would see him is that little bit of time after the sun goes down and before we got too fucking tired to keep our eyes open because we've been awake all fucking day. But you did get a chance to actually see the stars and you could plot them and see them and use them. And I think there was definitely people that were taking advantage of it. And they realized that there was power in aligning yourself as a human with that clock and what goes on with the cycles and how it affects the whole planet Earth. And then somebody somewhere, for some reason, decided, no, that's bad. You need to think like we think because this God says so. And we're just going to go make sure everybody understands that or die.
That's what ceremony is. They have to be on particular dates, don't they? Because it's to do with the sky clock and what's happening up with the celestial, forces or whatever we want to call it. And this is also all the dome buildings and things we see. The things they tell us are antennas. They're all basically, most of them are like symbols for the planets. Planet for the things in the sky, the wandering stars. So again, were they set up for certain times, to be in alignment, have twice a year or whatever, and sort of line up, and that's why we get all these buildings everywhere. So it's all it's all a big thing. And the disconnect, I'm
Can
starting
I throw another
because look
disconnect
what
at
we're
you?
going through at the moment. Sorry, what was that?
I have another disconnect for you just on here. Something that's been going on with Karen and I in conversation. Karen B, if you're familiar with her, we've been talking about ley lines a lot. And I think she has a good point as to some like deception thrown into exactly how they work and where they might be. Because if you look into the origination of ley lines and how they write them, supposedly it's inserting sacred geometry or dodecahedron inside of the sphere, and the ley lines run where the points touch by inserting this inside of a sphere, and that entire type of notion falls apart when you're talking about a flat earth. And so I think there's something, I'm not saying that ley lines don't exist, but I'm thinking that a lot of the research and the way that they work is very probably misleading when you go into how they base it. I'm not saying that there is not energy lines and things doing it, but I'm saying that the way that it's presented to us is definitely a contradiction when you take it down to its deepest levels.
All the old maps have like the sort of ley line, the nodal points drawn on them. But of course, when they wrap it, it's interesting. There's a site called David Rumsey Maps, and he's one of these guys who goes out and he buys all these ancient maps,
one of my
right?
favorite sites.
But they show you them doing it. It's just bizarre. So they'll buy these, and of course, a lot of them are giant, like literally made by they're like 10-foot maps and
like
things.
Panels and
but
stuff.
the first thing he does, because these are all square maps, all their flat circles, he buys them, and the first thing he does is he employs a team to try and turn them into a ball. And they show you in this site how they have to cut them up and cut bits out of the map and all so clever. We made a ball, but you've
exactly
just completely distorted the map. So that's why the grid wouldn't fit on it. Yeah.
That's what I mean is to say you have to be careful on them because of the way they connect them.
Yeah. All they have to do is shift it a little bit, and that's it, right? And then it's all off. But there's a picture of the flat disc with Mercury, the what's the word? The circular, the path of Mercury in a year, and it makes this sort of flower of life type shape,
right,
as it goes around. And I've seen
that's
one
kind of what I
picture
was going to ask you. If you thought maybe
someone
that
converting and saying it was a
more
flower of life.
right, if it's those ley lines may be more in tune with the sky than it is with points on the earth. Maybe it's mobile, it shifts. Maybe that's part of the. You know what I'm saying? Like as these energy points line up. I mean, if this is an where you at, Lucas? Electromagnetic battery we're in. Would it be something? Go ahead. I'm just getting excited.
I think you're exactly right on track. In all of the patterns of the wandering stars run in little spirograph patterns when you play them on there. The main deception, again, the main deception, like we'll put with the ley lines, the main deception I'm going to put at you is they show them, in order to depict them on the ball, they show them going out. And so when we depict them, we'll even depict, here's Mercury on the inner circle, and that was on the Norb's world. It was like my visual, my visual thing on it, that my mismatch with reality, and not because I love the artwork and that on it. But in our reality, these planets would not go out. They go straight up. They all make their patterns they overlap the tropics slightly on some of them. So, but they're all pretty much within the tropics or a slight overlap, but they're on top of each other stacked. There is no out. They all, run between the tropics pretty much. And when we represent them going out like that, it again leads to a lot of confusion and the way we portray them. If you fractal it and take like the Earth out of it, again, you'll hit your fractal of your 7th and 8th overlapping in that by taking, Mercury, the messenger, and building it up from there. I'm taking this way off track, but that was also what the ley lines and stuff from there is you really have to stop and visualize what they're telling us because of how they cut it up and made it around us to what it really would be like.
See, my brain goes instantly to how can I measure it? And I don't know if this stuff can be measured anymore because 10 kilometers and down, the electric, the magnetic, all this stuff that we're shooting into the air and shooting all over the place is just destroying our electric field down here. It's so unnatural.
Yeah.
And it's not, how it's supposed to be.
Well, that's again part of their
I don't think we even feel the stuff we're supposed to be feeling. We're not getting
look at your
the real
right. From the
So
true definition of evil, what would the truest definition of evil like be is to get the children to destroy our earth or our mother, destroy it, to take what's provided freely in the name of greed and hatred. It's such a complete dichotomy or a complete opposition of the way it's supposed to be in my book. And there'd be nothing, I mean, if you wanted to do true evil, this is how it would be done. Get us to rip apart, because I think when we're ripping apart the veins of gold and the things like that, I think maybe, we are pulling out some veins in the oil and the liquids and that we're raping for something that's offered freely to us in the name of greed and in the name of power. That's Cammy's rant, but I'm sorry.
And Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, the evil backwards is live, right? So if you want to, stop people living, evil. But I mean, I think what we're going through at the moment, I mean, if we, without mentioning words and that, we all know what's going on, and no matter how it's framed and everything, there's a choice. This is all a choice, just like everything has been a choice. And I think the main thing here is with all this research is what we're finding out is how manipulated we've been, and that really takes you to the place of, well, we need to stand up, right? We need to start standing in our sovereignty, because we've got a choice. We don't have to say, oh, okay, the only way of transport is a car that you got to fill with petrol. We don't have to do that. We can be like Mike Faraday and go, bugger that, I'm going to go build a hydrogen engine and run my car on water. I mean, this is what we're learning. And so with all this stuff, and don't get me wrong, it's awesome and I love the buildings and everything, but I think we've also got to focus on where is it taking us. What are we learning from all this stuff? And when you look around, it's all the same, right? Everything that's happening, all the different research, the flat earth, the history, even back to conspiracy stuff and what's going on now, it's all showing us, guys, you've been lied to. But more than that is, we're responsible as well, right? At some level, we've gone along with it. So now, and it's not about like, oh my God, we're so bad, let's go and live and be shameful. It's like, whoa, let's change it, right? Let's okay, we see it now. Okay, wake up, let's go and change it. And what can we do? How can we use this practically to go forward? Because looks like we're going to have to build a new world, right? Because the old one's kind of collapsing.
This is a golden opportunity to
I'm
get it
typing
like we want
too
it.
slowly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're talking into this. I'm typing into the chat the choice. If you write choice all in capital letters, any good Tom Robbins fan would know this. Choice is the word that when you put it in the mirror, it doesn't change. It doesn't. Choice remains the same. It's the one word on the pack of Camel cigarettes that does not go backwards. And if you were a 15-year-old like me, you would have had to go to the store and buy a pack of Camel cigarettes to wonder why they put the pyramids on the Turkish cigarettes when there's no pyramids in Turkey, and why they were putting And why choice does not, why choice is the one thing that always remains the same. But I am writing in the chat choice. It's, if you hold choice in capital in a mirror, you'll see that it's still choice. Very important.
Yeah, I don't think we're to the point quite to where we can fully change things, you know? We're definitely progressing towards that, but we need to wake up just a few more people, I think. People are waking up in droves in, you know, everywhere around the world. But I still don't think we have that third monkey or that 100th monkey where it's like, you know, the tipping point to where saying you live on a globe is considered stupid. Once we get to that point, then, you know, we can start really forcing things like NASA to go away and get real data and real start, you know, say, hey, we want to know where we're living. I know you want to tell us the story, but we want to know the actual truth. So we're going to take all that money we give you, and this is how we want it allocated.
Say the money. Money's
Yeah.
what you know. God,
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
just
I mean,
redirect just NASA. What NASA get? You could change the world in God,
Yeah.
like 3 hours. What?
yeah, exactly. Give a few people, you know, researchers that are willing to go travel and do all this data collecting and this kind of stuff. We could know so much in 1 year. In 5 years, we could know so much about the sky. But they don't want us to know that stuff.
And imagine the academics you could save and all that money you could save. You know, all these highly paid idiots who just sit around bloody regurgitating books, you know. Well, this is someone else's opinion, so I'm going to tell you that now it's my opinion. See how smart I am? I mean, but I mean, and that's the other thing about what's going on now is all these people that used to be, you know, revered and looked up to, you know, these doctors and lawyers and politicians for some people, they're all looking like clowns. People are starting to realize, hang on, what is education really? You know, really what's it worth? I mean, you know, they put all these people up as successful, but how many of these, you know, people are put up as, oh, he was a doctor, so now look, he turned into Elon Musk. It's all about people going, you know, doing different things. So we're being shown all this. You know, you know, I kind of think the Matrix shows us, but it comes down to choice. What are you going to do?
Well, yeah, they're
Go with
definitely.
crowd?
They steer our children now towards what? Towards either being, they want to be an athlete when they grow up, or they want to be some kind of influencer, social influencer, or like a video game. There's, you know, these professions out there.
Is that the choice now? Oh my God.
Yeah. And you're going to play a child's
That was
game as a profession for the rest of your life. That's going to be your life, to play a child's game. Now, these people are the ones that were like the alpha males.
It's an adult game.
That would be leading society in, you know, if we were all like animals. But it's a great way to get rid of your competition, you know. Offer them to play this game and pay them shitloads of money to do it.
Yeah,
and that's what our children
that way they
strive to
can
become.
make, you know, they make cyborgs like Zuckerberg look cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. You make geeks look cool because they've got to have their cool geeks. I mean, who would listen to anything that freak says? But
he's
you
wearing a
know,
sweater.
because he's a tech guy, right? Oh, it's called tech. You know, so
yeah, and he looks like Mr.
Cool.
Rogers, so he can't be bad, right?
He looks like Jen Psaki, man. He's Jen Psaki's bloody dissected bloody what are they called? Siamese twin, conjoined twin. I think they're both the children of Chucky.
I remember reading something about like young guys that are gang leaders and stuff like that would be are the personality types that would be like explorers and stuff in the proper environment, but you know, they're raised with bullshit, so
yeah, everything a child is pointed towards is to stay a child, you know. and not grow up and think about the world and what's going on here, and trying to help out and figure and catch these people in their lies. That's the last thing they want you looking at.
Until you can get them to bypass all critical thought and start traumatizing them with adult things before they're ready for it. So you go from way too young to way too old, and you have this, again, that weird contrast and dichotomy of how these children are treated. And I've seen a lot of stuff that says we definitely coddle our children way too much, that they would definitely thrive being more challenged. There's child labor laws and stuff, but children would thrive in an environment where their brains and their bodies are challenged at the same time. And you don't really get that in school because it's all mental until you take a little break, run some recess, have physical education, come back and sit, and it's all compartmentalized. But when you have to go to work and you're taught these sort of advanced thought processes and things where your brain has to then sort of catch up, it allows these children to become a lot more intelligent, having them actually work and think about it.
There's lots of societies that they are like at a certain age, most of the time at a puberty age, they are initiated into adult things. I mean, they go to war, they build nations, don't even get me started on kids, man. They're amazing.
Yeah, well, in school, I always wanted to study, go figure out ancient history. And I just couldn't get it. And I remember I was in like year 10, I think, and they had an ancient history, and I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, there's an ancient history class, because every history class, they just teach you about World War I and II. That's it. Look how bad humans are. Look, we went around and destroyed everything and blew it. And then
that's the movie.
Now we know that's also the big story, how they destroyed a lot of the architecture in the old world. And then, I finally got into this ancient history class, and of course there wasn't enough people who were interested, so they didn't even run it. So this is the thing, then you've got to, and then you leave school, and then you've got to educate yourself. You do 12 years, and people think it's for something, but what's it for? Because when you get out, you've just got to learn the job, or you've got to go to uni and learn more. Or it's kind of like, okay, well, now you're qualified to learn something. It's a waste of time. They retard people. They slow your mind down. They teach
what happens?
To believe opinion and the books and so.
Yeah. Cam, what happens when they do that is that they have situations like what's going on here in our country right now. Right now, in order to not have race as an issue and not have any color bar, and judging people for what they are, we have decided that we must hire a Black woman as the next justice in order to promote that. Like, you shouldn't be looking at race or color or gender when hiring. So therefore, the only criteria for our next Supreme Justice of the United States, if you read every newspaper, is a Black female, because that way we're not looking at the color line, and we're not looking at, what you're talking about this is what it leads to. I'm just telling you. You're right on, Cam.
Nothing about their ideas. Nothing about their ideas or their ideology on how, the world should be. Nope, doesn't matter. It's got to be a Black woman. So if all the people running are crazy, insane nut jobs, well, we got to pick one of these nut jobs, right?
But that is like the most racist thing you could do.
Right. Exactly.
That's literally the definition of racist.
Yes, it is. That's the irony of it. There are plenty of qualified.
Look how non-racist we are by being racist. It's like, and this is what I see, right? They do stuff like this, and is this to wake people up? Because it's so stupid. It's like to the point where you could show that to a 4-year-old and they'd be like, "What? Come on!" But it's clown world. Like it's like the Matrix is slapping me. Do you see it yet? Bang! No.
Wake up!
Well, let's get President there to just like start talking in tongues, and then forget where he is. Do you see it yet? No. Okay. Well, let's get Justin, Mr. T from Canada up there telling that there's no trucks, and the few that are out there they're against all the Canadian people. I mean, it's just clown world, and I think a lot of it is literally, you know, how much further can we go? It's to wake people up. You know, so the Matrix, you know, I definitely think there's good AI in there as well. You know, if there's bad AI, but ultimately, you know, if you don't judge it, and then you can, you know, have a bit of free thinking. It's all for growth, really, isn't it? It's all for learning more, seeing more, or you can choose to be scared. But you know, I think this is all, you know, to wake us up, right? To get us to the next level. We were stagnating big time.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think people need this jolt. I don't know. I was told back in like 2012, you know, I saw a video and they said, okay, we're gonna, you know, these pedophiles are gonna get called out within the next decade. You know, you're gonna start seeing the CEOs of corporations stepping down. You're gonna see world leaders stepping down and just going away. And we've seen a lot of this over the last decade. I remember back in 2012, remember when they were just like, this Goldman Sachs person has taken over this country now, and this Goldman Sachs person has taken over this country now. It was like all these heads of state were just leaving all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they were coming off as like, you know, we're gonna, and then they're saying all these truths are gonna come out. All the pedophile rings are, you know, we're gonna start exposing this and that and this and that. And, you know, is there a good power out there that is way more powerful than these people that, you know, are considered to be elite, you know, by the common person? Is there that force out there?
I wouldn't be surprised if one of the groups that like is good isn't one of the ones that's heavily demonized.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We hear about so
course.
many of them and
100%.
how bad they are.
Well, yeah, the Ku Klux Klan was actually started to defend a lot of the black families down south. It was started after after the Civil War, supposedly, you know. Most of the fighters that were there for the North were from Europe. They were German, and I forget all the countries that helped out, but they weren't, you know, U.S. citizens from the North. They were actually hired mercenaries, and they couldn't get paid, but they were told, you can just go ransack through the South, you know, take whatever you want. So the Ku Klux Klan actually was founded to defend against these people, and they defended the black farmers and this and that, and the whole story about the slavery thing is so convoluted. I'm not saying slavery didn't happen. You know, there's slavery going on right now today. You can go to Syria and buy somebody. This is open, you know, this is what the mainstream news is telling us now. So, I mean, it's so convoluted about how they take things that were once good and pure when they started, and then turn it into a race thing or that or this or that. I'm not saying the Ku Klux Klan isn't racist now either. Nothing like that. I'm not defending the Ku Klux Klan and what they stand for today. But when it started, that wasn't the purpose. That wasn't the main goal. Yeah, I learned about that here in the Carolinas because that's where the Ku Klux Klan started.
Nice. Yeah, the swastika is a symbol for good luck and prosperity. Well, they did to that, right?
It also marks the seasons. Up here, in the northern hemisphere, it marks. When you look at it, it makes each position spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's where the Big Dipper is in the middle of our sky. It's beautiful. It's always been considered beautiful. And again, it's a way of us not to look at our sky and what's happening and associate it with evil. I couldn't agree with what Zach is saying, and you saying more. They take things that are beautiful and make it so we feel dirty looking at it when it's the things we should be looking at.
Yep. Everything's inverted and twisted. I mean, now, you know, these, you know, machines and that we call cathedrals and churches, you know, they used to be for connecting, right? Connecting to a higher power. But now apparently it's all about listening to a man in a dress who tells you the only way to connect to that higher power is through this and this and this. Where it used to be, you know, an inside job. Now it's an outside job, right? Made us give the power away.
Indeed. Indeed. You know, thinking about that swastika in the sky, Cammy, I had some idea. I had even jotted it down so I didn't forget it. And I'm going to circle back to it because it was just kind of like, one of those things. So we talked a bit ago about the sky and how we used to live by it, know it. It was our everything, as you said, Josh, our TV. Okay, so the connection to that, and that ties us to this power grid we live on, that we need to know how it works so that we can grow things correctly, get the energy from this place we need to use, whatever it is. Even before we were eating, maybe we were getting it directly when there were no bathrooms in buildings and all that stuff. So perhaps at some stage, and there have been cultures who in their histories have recorded these things, biblically, these things have been recorded. At some point, there were a few objects that weren't included in that sky scheme. One of those was a moon and the other one being a sun. Think of the view of the sky we would have had without a sun and the moon in the way. Think of the cosmic alignments, the conjunctions we would have known happening and seeing happen and being ready for and lining up for that energy to hit us and alter us, change us, advance us, whatever. I know this is some sky high stuff here, but I'm just thinking of the things I've read about those objects not being in our sky in histories.
I'm playing a game. I quit now. It's I beat it, a Tomb Raider game. And it's all about going into these ancient, pyramid type structures, these big, huge, and there's no advanced civilization living there. They keep this one civilization hidden. It's hard to find this place. But this tribe, and it's been passed down through, they say thousands of years, right? Well, their whole job is to, when the solar eclipse happens every 18 years at this spot, they have to sacrifice something and do this and do that. And because the sun would die if they didn't, but there's these old objects that they have to use that are like super advanced technology. What if the sun and moon are like an ancient technology?
Right, exactly. Right.
Yeah. What if, they're not supposed to, like you were saying, they're not supposed to be there in our sky. And what if there are these people out there that, restart them when they're supposed to be restart? I don't know. Were they that advanced to make such things? Like, we try to shoot rockets up, to get up there and this and that. And we can, were they putting stuff up there though that actually does like orbit around the pole? I don't know.
Add to all this speculation the freaking weird orbs that we've had, fall from the sky that seem to be old, weird tech of some freaking sort, ball of metal out of the fucking sky. You remember that series of things that kept being, some that seemed to be almost like they came out of a liquid area and things like that? I don't know. Just again,
I do.
Crazy speculation.
But in both Zach and what you're saying, with the technology, just the vibration and chemicals and temperature and that, if and electricity, again, things can grow things, as opposed to, we think of assembling things and pulling out the veins of metal and that to work with, but these things are grown into the system, and so you can pretty much, I think the creator is beyond the type of tech that it's not assembling technology as much as manipulating matter with vibration and energy to
Right,
grow what
right.
is needed
Maybe some
with the
more of a
qualities.
mental assembly.
Well, I'm
than
saying,
a
what if
physical
humans
assembly.
figured out, how to do the
Right.
star in the jar, but in the
Right.
sky?
Yeah,
What if
no, I'm
humans did
saying
that? Well, that's what
it
I'm saying.
could
What if
be.
humans put that up there? Yeah,
That could be.
I don't know.
Wow. Oh, breaking my brain.
Yeah.
That would mean all these ancient structures and buildings are still working. You set it up just right, and you have
Well,
all these pyramids all around, and they just travel, within the pyramids. I don't know. I'm just speculating. This is
I
all
know
just off
we're
the top
all
of my
we're all
head.
losing our
Just
mind. Go ahead, Campbell, man. What are you trying
sorry,
to say,
man.
brother?
Well, I was just going to say it could all be there working. This old world, everything's frequency, right? We've all seen the cymatics and the work of Dr. Emoto. Especially cymatics, when you change the frequency, like instantly the shape you get changes. So we know we're programmed, right? Why do they put so much effort into school and into the media and shows and movies and books? And it's all programming, right? It's all to get us to see the world the way they want us to see it. So if we believe that, does that literally put us in a different world where we can't see? All these big old buildings that could still be there working, right? We've
Right.
just put ourselves in a different frequency, and we
Right.
now no longer can see it.
It's right
And
there,
then
but we
you
just
add to
don't
that,
fucking
time
see
doesn't
it.
really exist anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because if it doesn't, we can only see and interpret and interact with what we believe can be real. That's why we have so much problems, trying to wake people up, right? Because they have no information that they can refer to in their mind to even get the first foot in. You were talking about, whatever ancient buildings or the earth, is flat and that. They got nothing. All they've got is a lifetime of books and people telling them that the opposite.
Yeah.
So we can only experience what we believe is true, right? That's why they can't see it until they start getting, they have to see something. They have to have a foundation to build on, and then up they go. So is that being done to us? Like, our foundation's been ripped out. We've been given a new program laid over the top, and we're walking around like, oh my God, we have to pay for power, everything is so expensive. Where's the food? But in reality, if we just change the way we see things, right? It's this, right? When you change the way you look at the world you look at will change. Who knows?
That's awesome.
Maybe
That's
that's
awesome.
why it seems like so much stuff is happening so fast, because
Mhm.
more people are willing to consider more possibilities, and we're
Exactly,
talking about
because
them too.
collectively we like, individually we create our own individual reality, but we also inhabit the collective reality, right, which is made by everyone's collective thoughts. And so
Someone's
the
spoken.
more
Yep,
people turn off the
someone's spoken.
telly and they get away from that narrative, the more reality is changing.
Real quick, shout out David M there in chat. When the people lost the light, they had to recreate an artificial one until one of us shines so bright we no longer need the sun. That's awesome. I like that.
Yeah, well, I think ultimately that's what we're dealing with is, I remember like when YouTube, when I first found YouTube in, what was that, 2007 or something, when it was the Wild West and you could get whatever you wanted on it. I
good
saw this
old
video
days.
and it was pretty much, and it said, yeah, the good old days. And it said, these people, they just want to be gods on earth. And that sort of is always, that's it, right? They can't create anything. And you can link this back to the Archon, the Demiurge, all these sort of stories.
Oh,
But
yeah.
basically they want to be the gods, right? So to be the gods, they have to have a creation, right? Because that's what God does, right? He creates. So they build their little stupid crap square box false reality and try to get everyone to believe and buy into the fact that's true. And when people believe it, guess what? They become the gods. They're not real gods. They're pathetic little kids in sandboxes just pretending. and trying to get all the other kids to follow them, right? But this is what's going on. This is how they think. They're trying to create their own creation and become their own creators, and it's our choice, right? You can go along, sure. You can go live in there, or you can bust out and live in the real creation and understand that we are the creation and the creators. So basically, we get to do what we want as long as we believe it. And
Well, yeah, I did live on a globe, you know, for most of my life.
exactly right.
In my head, I
Me
lived on a
too.
globe. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
just
we
how
all
it
did,
was.
right? Because aliens and
Yeah.
space was such a big part of this kind of research. And that's another big thing, is why people can't. That's why we've got this group of people. You know, it's like the you know, there's all these people that were into history, right? And you know, I think Graham Hancock's great, but just as a name, that sort of crowd, you know, and they're still there. They're still talking about the same stuff, right? And we've sort of gone forward and trying to put in new perspectives, but they just stuck in their perspective because they've bored it, right? And they don't want their aliens taken away. They don't want their planets and their balls taken away because you know, to them it makes them feel like all their research has been for naught or whatever. But that's not true. But also every reference they have is the past is linked to aliens and all this stuff. That's where their advanced tech comes from. And so,
Yeah, I was right
yeah,
there
but this
with
is
them,
why that
Ted.
people
I was
can't
right there
change and
with
can't
them.
say
Yeah.
anything different. Yeah, we were all
The
there, right?
aliens, the
It's a big
ancient
thing, you know,
fiction,
and
you know, yeah, all
I'm lucky
that.
I'm lucky I was looking into maps, right? Because the maps show you they show you more land. They just show you more land. All the old maps that are different to what we're shown now. So straight away, like if there's more land, well, crap, maybe that's where the aliens are coming from. So I can, you know, cool, I've got an answer for that. So I can move forward. But these other
Yeah, I
people, if you're on a
explained that
globe,
one
there's
to
no
my mom. When I was talking to
Yeah.
my mom, I explained to her about extraterrestrials from, you know, outer space, and explained to her the wording and all that. And she was just like, wow, yeah, that would make a lot more sense that they just came from over there than from, you know, she said millions of miles away. And I
Doesn't
just
it?
kind of snickered, but
Dude, that's
whatever gets her
huge that your
through.
mom even let that
Yeah,
go. That's awesome.
yeah.
Million. I've got some maps. I've got some pics if you want me to share screen.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely. Did you
Heck
give him
yeah.
power? Did you share all the power, Josh? You didn't just give it to me, did you?
Yeah.
And while you're bringing them up, I want to point out what you said about us playing gods is rotten little children and have people look and see what we're doing in medicine world and replicate what's coming from
Just need that.
our gene splicing and all of the evilness that's coming from it on us trying to create and GMO things and do things. And so I think all of that stuff is us playing very childish gods and is very, very, very dangerous.
Yep. It's pathetic though. It's not much of a god, really, is it?
Totally pathetic, totally
I mean,
childish, totally. I mean, the destruction we're doing with it
it's just
is pathetic. It's pathetic and wrong, and it is. We do it childish. We do it without responsibility, without thought to what the unintended consequences could be. We mess with life. I mean, right now, go to any article and look up, even because you can casually get your DNA ancestry, and go ahead and look at all of the stuff that's coming out of being able to find out that right now the latest one is a lawsuit that, you know, they mixed up, go figure this would happen, they mixed up sperm at a clinic, and this father was not really the father. You know, I mean, just every day every day you have stories of, again, where we've messed with creation and it's gone really wrong.
Wow, look at all that extra
that.
land out there.
Yeah. I mean, this is Hyperborea at the top. But even there's this island. This is called what's it called? Groen Lock or something. Similar to Greenland, but it's not. This is Greenland here, and of course we've got the shape of Greenland. So this island appears and disappears. This is Iceland. And this is Frisland, and that appears and disappears, this island. Over here we have things like New Zembla, again appears and disappears. Of course, we've got Tartaria, but look what's down the south here. Look at this. And this is literally over here, right, New Guinea. That's still an island above Australia, but it doesn't look like that. And it's not there, right? Australia's over here. So New Guinea's now here. And this is apparently Australia. So this is South America, am I right? Yeah, South America. I mean, look at the shape of it, right? It doesn't look like it. But look how close it is. How close it is to Antarctica, and this is red, right? Because this is called Terra del Fuego, which means the land of fire.
Land of fire,
right?
my friend. That's
In Antarctica, the land of fire.
Popsicle
where it's
toes.
frozen, right? Right.
So,
Oh, that's
come on,
awesome.
guys.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, you got to send me this one, man. This is one I've never seen because I'm a map collector. I love.
Yeah,
them.
this is
got 5 or 6 on the walls around me now.
and that one, I think that one's date. Oh gosh, 1500s, late
15 something.
1500s.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
and then-
1588. Is that it at the top? I just saw, or 1592. I just saw.
Was that it?
Maybe. No, there was 1588 on that other one. Yeah, right there at the end
Right,
of the late, or at the beginning even.
And then we get so many of these, right? And they all look the same through the 1600s, and then they all.
I
then
wonder
the
if
maps start
Sept
turning,
is 8 or
more into
whatever in
balls,
this
and all this
language
land starts to
too. I wonder if
Sept is our north.
oh, is it? Okay, I know, like in the map.
Yeah,
in
so
the
land of the
calendar.
north, the hidden land of the north. I'm not sure what Anomalous is. I'm starting to learn all these words like mare.
Right. That's what I'm trying to work out.
M-A-R-E. Yeah, so this is that Grokklane, funny island that disappears. Greenland's just this streak. Now we're told it looks like Africa. And of course, the whole top, right? That's all land right across the top. Now, go on to Google Earth. There's no land at all. It's just water. They tell us now at the North Pole. And of course, this is just a massive tract of land.
And it looks like, is there another river coming from the north? I see 3 really large ones.
From the
There's
north, we've got 4. It's normally 4 lands. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. This is probably the 4th over here, maybe, but it is always 4. 4 rivers, which is to do with. Oh, here we go.
Right.
Here.
Yeah,
So that's a top view. So you've got the 4 rivers.
Wow.
And this is what they were drawing up there, right? And we hear this everywhere. In the middle,
Yeah,
we've got
there it
Rufus
is.
Negra,
There it
the Black Rock, right? Anyone ever heard of a company called Black Rock?
Yeah.
Or Life?
They make great coffee in Oregon.
And you can see, look at this, right? This is Tartaria. It's connected.
There it is.
Look at this. It's connected to Hyperborea. It's connected with the land bridge.
Wow.
See? And even these places, how they're very close, right? And of course, no ice.
Did I
There's
just
no
see
ice here. This is
California?
right.
Where did I see that? Oh, on the red area, California.
California, man.
California.
So yeah, that's America, right? And look where California is. What's it doing there? I thought it was down here somewhere.
Yeah, that's cool.
And this has probably got Nuremberg in it, right? Florida's always there. Florida's old. And look at this. See this big, that's not there anymore, is it? This big inlet of water. And that's pretty much, it's hard to tell on this map. Mexico, yeah, so this would be the east coast of America. And look at this water.
That would mean
New France. Here we go. Yeah, Nuremberg. See, the territory of it's sort of, there you go, Nuremberg.
So is this map reflecting a shift of the fucking magnetic North Pole of some sort?
It's yeah, there's a lot of change.
You know what I'm saying?
From
I
the
mean,
sort
we've
of
talked about that
1400s.
before, that maybe that's one of these battles that take place for power, is the center of the freaking magnetic, all of it. Just the whole center of being the one that has that, knowing where it's going to be, being there when it gets there, when it shifts there, whatever. That's part of these battles that take place with all these. I don't know. We've talked about it a bit here and there. I think Josh brought it up maybe the first time.
Whatever that azimuthal equidistant point is that creates that North Pole, that center
It
point
makes it
around
be
all
the
the
center
water and
point,
land
right.
mass that allows us to travel east to west, but not north to south, whatever that center point is. It might flood some areas and melt some ice in some other areas as that North Pole tends to drift or move or flip or do whatever the fuck it does.
Whatever the hell it does, right?
Yeah,
there it is off the fucking West Coast. I mean, that's fucking.
There's
East
some
Coast.
interesting
I'm trying to look at it. Wait, I guess it would be
other
East Coast, yeah.
maps. Yeah, I know. And of course, I mean, it's, California used to be an island as well. Oh, look, Japan.
Right.
I mean, everything's in the wrong spot. There's a bit of Tartaria. There's been a lot of change, but I tend to think when you look at all these maps, they just look like they've kind of muddled up the dates for us, because the islands appear and disappear. I mean, this is Australia, right? The hidden land down under, and this is drawn as a globe, obviously, but they're still showing a lot more land down here.
Right, huge, yeah.
I was just
we get
this,
glancing over, thinking that was Antarctica, but yeah, there you go. It says.
I mean, look at this. Look at this. Half the globe, their globe. I mean, look at the land down here. And again, this is Australia, apparently. And the other thing is, when you look at a lot of the maps have like creatures, and animals and land.
Oh yeah.
And they're
the
always
blemmies
and they're things like there's a 14 what is it 14 well gosh 7 I think map, a big planisphere, and it shows underneath Australia, it shows things like rabbits, camels, frilled neck lizards, like animals we've got in Australia, and then it shows dragon type things and all these other weird things that we hear about but we're told aren't true.
Yeah.
So did all this stuff, were they all, and are they still living down here? And it's just the land bridges and the connections have been broken. So we've been separated, and that could be, this whole dinosaur story, right? I mean, we know there's no bones in that, but is that a memory of bigger creatures that we used to interact with when we could get down here?
That's kind of what I've decided at this point.
Because every single map, right? It's every map. Look at all the land down here and up here.
Was that a parasol in the lower right-hand corner that Aboriginal was holding? Standing under?
Was that the last map or this one?
Yeah,
the last one. They looked like they had the Victorian era woman sitting down.
Yeah, you see that a lot.
And he was holding a parasol. It seems strange.
Yes. In Africa.
Riding an alligator.
And look, Africa.
With a parasol. That's great.
And what color is that person who lives in Africa?
Right.
Now that sounds like a damn Grateful Dead song. Riding an
pyramids,
alligator carrying a parasol.
Look at the obelisks and stuff, and the step pyramid.
You're clicking in that for a minute. I was going to say maybe it was a mushroom, but it does look like a parasol.
Whoa, go back. What is that under that gator? Go back to the guy on the parasol. What is he, like gator tail on? Is that it's a quiver of arrows.
Is that looks like arrows maybe?
Yeah, it's a quiver.
And this is a chameleon.
The chameleon, yeah.
But that's, I mean, it's a good point. In these little pictures,
is that a giant in the background that's holding because they're taller than the pyramid, holding the other parasol? I don't know.
I think it's
perspective.
There. Okay, yeah, right. Who knows? And I mean, even just here, this looks like the oh gosh, what's the name? The Jewish
menorah.
Candelabra.
Oh yeah,
the name of it.
I don't know
the menorah.
Either. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the 7-point.
Menorah.
Here's Peru.
You had that really quick, Josh.
This is
there
someone
something?
from
No.
Peru, right?
Oy vey.
Red hair,
Sorry.
white skin,
Wow. Right? And a bag
Peru.
of what? Resting
and
upon the feet there.
sitting on a cheetah with their feet in a bag of grapes and a
Grapes.
toucan. Why not?
They're awfully
But
friendly
this, yes,
with all
this-
the animals.
And another thing is, I mean, look at this, right? So these are cities. This is Africa, and back in the day, it was called Barbaria. That actually comes from the Berbers, who were the
Right,
native people, and
absolutely.
again, Berbers. For anyone who doesn't know, they're basically what we call gypsies and things like that now. So they're, you know, all the colourful clothes and that, but they're, you know, just to be racist, they're white people. The Berbers, the barbarians, and of course we're told they come in from over here, right? So they flip it. But look at the amount of towns in here. This is the Sahara Desert. Okay, they're telling us this is sort of 400 years ago, 500 years ago. We've got massive rivers in here, and we've got towns, like not towns, cities, all the way through the Sahara. But what do they say? Oh, no, it's been a desert for 10, you know, they say, oh, I don't know.
And where would the eye
10,000
of
or 10
Africa be?
the eyes are over here, sort of about there.
So it's
Crazy
like
amount of,
Targa
like,
or hair.
city,
Targa, hair.
cities.
Yeah. I think that's where they made the musical.
Hmm.
Digging, there you go. That's where you go digging if you can find stuff. Or, I mean, and this is the other thing. Look, Egypt, right?
the
spelling,
rivers in there. Yeah. Egyptus.
AE, and of course AE is A, which is God. And a lot of the words had AE. A lot of the words got changed from F to PH, you know, for the Phoenicians and their phonetic spell magic. F's went to S's. So there's all these, you know, and because that's Persia, right? So that's an S, the F. And again, look at all the cities all through here. I mean, just
Soria.
everywhere, completely built out. Yeah, so, and that's another thing, you know, you can find these old maps and start trying to search these old names. It is kind of hard to find. Definitely don't use Google. Zandex is probably the best search engine these days.
Down there in South America,
Russian.
those rivers where the Nile is now. I mean, the Nile runs from what? Doesn't it run north to south? It starts.
Yeah, it's more like, it's not like that. That's going crossways, isn't it?
Yeah, so that would mean
it
that there
comes
was
from-
like huge land changes as
Yeah.
well to get
I didn't
water
think
to
about
flow that way.
Right, yeah.
There's so many stories that say basically you're like really in a short time, like a day, mountains rose, valleys formed, and rivers started flowing the opposite direction. So we just don't know. Even up here, look at this Carabana. That's no doubt where they got the name for Caribbean, which is now up here somewhere. And Brazil's always there. There's always a Brazil. Brazil's one of those options. And of course, we get High Brazil. You know, Brazil's it's mentioned in a lot of places where it probably shouldn't be. You know, even these old maps, you know, they just all this extra land. I mean, that's not the best. And the other thing is, when you go before the 1500s, they all turn into like maps that look like they're drawn by 5-year-olds. It's so bizarre. You go from things like this to these ridiculous drawings that literally look like they've been made in kindergarten.
Exactly. It's almost like they just threw them together willy-nilly and said, hey, this is an old map too.
Or they just took someone else's map that they made a long time ago and surrounded it with some really nifty artwork and said, look, a map.
Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, you look at all these maps, but really, I mean, this one doesn't even, you know, a lot of them that we've looked at, they don't even have the date written on. the actual
Yeah.
map, right? But they come with a tag. Oh, this is this year. We don't know that. We just know that someone has written down that they're saying it's that year, but it doesn't mean it's that year. And this is one of the big things, people are in such a habit of, and they'll argue, but it says right there, 1595. And then you show them a video and stuff and say, well, 1,000 years got taken out, so it's I-95 for starters. And
They
but
go off
people
ahead.
believe
What is that? Like
they
giant,
get attached to what they know.
hunched over creature
This
right there.
thing, I don't know, right? Some
Rat's
kind of
head
bear.
and the like bear body, right? What in
Even
the
this
holy
thing.
hell is that? It's bigger than a freaking
And look
oxen.
at this
back there.
castle
I know, that's some nuts stuff.
melted into the rock.
Into the rock, yeah. That's, oh man.
Here's another one. And that's the other thing,
all
right?
the
They show us maps
detail.
like this. I know. How did they draw this, right? Because when you look at it, it's all this cross-hatching. The whole picture, it's just lines. That's all it's made from.
Mm-hmm.
You
Have
see
you
there's
ever
more,
seen
to
some
get
of
the
the
thickness, they
people?
just do more cross.
That's how our money is written. The exact same way. It's
Some of
printed
the
this
great
way.
comic book artists.
Yeah, exactly. It's printed. That's why I think.
Was this
that
a
these are
woodcut?
printed.
Done that way for reproduction.
It doesn't tell us. I think these are. I don't think any of them are hand drawn. I mean, just look at them. I think maybe it was, they scanned a picture and they printed it as this, just like we can do today. Change the look of it.
That's exactly
could have
why
been.
cross-hatching is used in some of those illustrations for the ease of reproduction. So yeah, what in the hell?
I mean, because just look at the detail in just that little bit there, right? I mean, and I suppose that's saying Africa again. Yeah, Africa. So we got obelisks and step pyramids and and these funny lines that always have these funny faces and they always look the same. But these kind of, that it's not really a lion's face. But yeah, when you look
that's
at
like
it,
super flat. Yeah, it looks like a
Flattened in,
face.
yeah, exactly, flattened. That's what I exactly thought.
Yeah, it's like that one. Yeah. So
dromedaries.
who are the lions, right?
Wow, look how big that thing is compared to those guys walking down there.
Go
You
back
see that
and look at the
guy holding his son's hand or something like that?
right with the giant in the background too. Go back one picture. Yeah. Now look at the giant behind him, Zach. Riding it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And of course, they love to do this with the sky, right? They split it up and they go, no, look, see two, there's two.
This is the south and that.
When in reality, this one should be wrapped around that one.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it works. That's why you see difference. I think that's how it works. I mean, you guys probably know better than me, but that's why I went out here in, Australia. You see different stars because we're looking at what's out here.
Is that a gyroscope in the middle, right below the north sky?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What the whole
gyroscope? And see, this is the horoscope. These are the star signs.
Oh, that's I see.
See, that's Leo, isn't it?
Like an astro.
So,
whatever.
With Atlas, we're told Atlas used to hold the world on his shoulders. Yeah, that's not true. He used to hold the astrological signs like this.
Correct.
This astrological belt on his shoulders. Yeah.
He never this. The story is that they broke the sky and the were the Titans, and his punishment was to hold up the westernmost edge of the sky, the celestial dome, never the earth, never the land. That was his punishment until Hercules felt pity on him and built some pillars to relieve him of his duty. But yeah, the globe on top of the shoulders is all it never came from. It's not from the written. I've read the written word. The written word was never about that. The written word was that again that he was on the losing side and they broke the sky, and his job was hey, you broke it, you're holding it up.
Can you go back to that last map real quick, Campbell, and just zoom back in on Africa there, where Atlantis is supposed to be in the eye. There's a city called Atlas. It said, because they said there was mountains supposedly to the north of Atlantis.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at the eye, up where the eye is.
Okay,
Up
that
range.
connecting into the mythology, Zach would be is Atlas once he was relieved of his
Oh, here,
burden.
Atlas Mountains, is it?
Right, but
Atlas
no, see where
Mons?
you say there and look there very carefully, because the rest of this story where it says Atlas Dara and the mountains is
yeah.
after he was released from his duty, he got into an argument with somebody. Again, I'm wishing I had my 70s music memory that began with a P, I believe, Percles or forgive me on this, but it doesn't matter. He was turned to stone and became the head of the Atlas Mountains, and that's where his physical body is supposed to be. The island where the Pillars of Hercules are is on the westernmost tip, and it was Atlas Island where he was, which became Atlantis. That's
Yeah.
where he was told to hold up the edge of the world, but where he actually died and was laid to rest would be your Atlas here on your map there. That if I was, I would look at that map very carefully, because I've looked at a lot of Africa maps. There again, when
There's-
you're looking at your Tartaria, your ruins, and that it's
Still
fabulous.
called Morocco. I see
Mhm.
Algeria in there, Tunis.
Atlas liked to play in this area in the books in the old myths. I mean, this was his favorite playground right there. That's where he went back to afterwards.
I wonder if there is any area in that section where you might find like some blue glass or stuff that just really strange.
Yeah. I think, in
When they
Africa,
broke the sky.
Right.
you definitely find it in Africa. And this is where the pillars are, right? The pillars of Hercules are just here. Yeah.
No, that would be a
And then,
fractal that they're making. The Pillars of Hercules would be at the very westernmost tip on Atlas Island. That's not. I can show you on something else off of it, but you see that like
They are
the
here.
things people will make little fractals of things as memories of and to do it, but some of it's real. That your Pillars of Hercules are actually off of our mapping grid. We don't have them on our longitude, latitude lines.
Oh, you mean they're
show
out
you that
here?
sometime? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right. So the
There's
pillars, the poles,
the pillars
Well,
and
yeah,
poles would
he
be your
was
dipoles.
talking
Yeah.
about,
yeah, right.
you know,
I'm talking.
Yeah,
the
I've got another one.
mythological pillars, those
There's,
two that were supposedly
Mhm.
there.
Right.
there's a really good map of Africa, 1450s, I think. It's actually drawn upside down. Like when you look at all the writings upside down, but it shows like it's so much more detailed than this. It's got rivers and towns and just everything in it. And and this is the thing, right? The Sahara. We're told it's a desert for 20,000 years, 20 million years, whatever. But they say, oh no, it was a rainforest, but that was 20 bazillion years ago on a planet far, far away. This is Antarctica, right? I mean, where's the ice? Apart from, and this is Australia attached to it. This is New Guinea. Like trees, greenery.
Wow.
That look like a frozen
Trees almost at 90 degrees. Look at that.
Yeah, right. Look at that. So, I mean,
Rivers.
is that an actual landmass that they could get to? Who knows? Is that one of the outer lands?
That's almost. I mean, I'm sorry. That's kind of weird that like they drew that symbology on the inside, because we don't see that going. But if you see your trees, you would have your also representing any trees in any literature would be your tree of life in the middle and your tree of good and evil knowledge that are portrayed to your left if you pull it over. I mean, I don't think that I think they're on the wrong side of the map here, or this is north. It's very interesting, but usually your three
there
tree
is
symbology.
We know they flip everything, right? And there is the theory, the north,
right,
south,
exactly.
south,
You
north.
reverse it, yeah.
But I
believe, yeah, that's real common.
Got big printing. This is I-598, 1598. And again, just, land everywhere. New Guinea's this massive. New Guinea's tiny now, and it's 2 islands basically, and it's not there. It's over
And
here.
look at Columbus. That says Christoph Columbus.
That's what I was thinking too. It's only been 100 years, and he's already being revered and made this icon larger than life.
Oh, at the top here. Oh, here. Okay, yeah. God, look at the head on him.
Yeah.
The noggin, man.
That's a forehead.
That's a 5
Like his
head.
eyes
Dude, this island Earth. Anyone? This island Earth? No.
Yes.
That is bigger than David
Hold
Wilcock.
on. Oh my God! I gotta find a picture.
See, David's got a good one, hasn't he? And that's why they wear hats, right? Normally, they just wear their hats to hide it. And that's another thing. All these top hats, right? And the the cone heads and all that kind of elongated skull stuff. Hats just to hide that.
And guitarists, Slash. Yeah.
Slash, exactly.
I don't think I've ever seen that guy without a top hat on.
He did some,
Now
I
that you
think,
mention it.
for a little bit. I think he had a show on MTV or something. I think
He's
he
got
had a
very
TV
fluffy
show.
hair though, so even when he takes it off, his hair still stands about a foot in the air. So, like and back in the day, right, back in the 1500s, all the pictures, they all had this curly hair, and now they wear the wigs, right? The judges wear the wigs to emulate it, and it's I don't know what was going on with hair, but I mean, here's New Zembla, right? That doesn't exist anymore. It's just disappeared, not spoken about. Scotia, so Mongolia. We've just got all this land. Is that Greenland up there? It's just, it's a different world than what they tell us. And this it's not that long ago, right? Terra del Fuego. And up here we should have the land of the giants. Is it going to be in here? Patagonia. So it doesn't look like they're showing it. You see that in a lot of the maps. There's giants down here, which of course is very close to where, we can see how close in this map it's almost joined. Up the top, we get pygmies and giants. So they talk about these different races. Let's see, let's say pygmies.
Look at all those. Are those names of cities along the bottom there? In Antarctica?
Down here. Terra Australis, capital 600 South Augustini. That might be a date. Region of Lusitania. Whoa, what? Lusitanus. What was the Lusitania? That's something, isn't it? Rings a bell.
It was a
boat,
ship.
I think. Yeah.
It was the ship, wasn't it? Oh, the Vietnam. Is that right? Lusitania?
No.
Jim Morrison's dad? Is that the one?
No, that was
Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That was Gulf. Okay. But here we go. So here we go. Pygmies, right? Pygmies inhabit.
That map is my
Up here.
jam. Sorry, I love
North
this
of
map.
Greenland.
It's one of my favorites.
Wow.
The Black Rock, Rupus Negra. In
Yeah.
the middle.
Yeah.
They got the 4 rivers. What's that one? Oh, 33, of course, right?
But Mercator, he is a nut job. Nobody would believe a map
Mercator.
like from that guy, right? I mean, we wouldn't use a map from a nut job like him these days, right? Would we? I mean,
Not him or any of his relatives.
not a projection from
Rockland.
this guy, certainly.
What language is that? Is that
no idea? It looks kind of French.
I would
Frenchish.
think either Italian,
They use
maybe from him being.
Latidus, Latidinius.
Latin? Yeah.
Is it Latin? It could. Then you
It
just
looks
put
like it might be
Ineus on
Latin.
It is when
I'm
they
not quite
call
sure.
it a conflation going on.
Probably
just to make
is.
it more confusing.
And see, this is the thing, right? 100 years ago, kids would go through school and they'd come out and they could speak 5 languages. We have trouble just speaking one.
Yes, my
Mm,
parents were
Shocking.
taught Latin. It was required. And now my son, just to know where we've gone, no longer can read cursive
And that's
writing.
two. Yeah, yeah, cursive. Wow, holy dooly. That's
They
two
don't teach.
generations, right?
They don't. Yeah, 2 generations. It went from Latin being
Latin.
mandatory to not even having to learn how to read and write cursive.
Cursive.
It's
That's
entirely gone. They can. I
ridiculous.
can write and code to my son by just writing
This
in
is
cursive.
the second map I've noticed. Go zoom
Oh my
in like
gosh.
anywhere. Go to island, that word island. Just zoom in a little bit to where it says island there on the green area. All right, so I've seen these emblems on like 2 maps now. It's like the little like city, I guess, but there's the circle. You see those everywhere?
Yep.
What the fuck? What
Yeah,
would that? I mean,
everywhere.
is that the city point? Is that where it's
I think
actually
they
at? The dot, or is that something else? I wonder.
Is it the temple or the electrical source or something
The
on there? I
source,
think yes.
the energy
yeah.
point.
Right.
That's right. Because I noticed it earlier and was going to comment on it, and then we got excited about something we saw on the map, and I forgot. Now it's the second map, at least, if not third one I've seen it on. Go ahead, teacher.
I've noticed that looking at a lot of maps that they use, like there's a lot of these symbols that I'm like, these are intentional, but
Right.
there's no way to figure out what they're supposed to be.
mean.
It's really
I know,
weird because
man.
it's like
It's
I'm always like,
aggravating.
there's a reason like this thing is in this place, but on the next spot, you know what I mean?
Where's
I
their
don't get it.
legend?
Exactly.
Where's their
Yeah.
legend?
Where's the legend?
Thank you.
In Greenland, do you mind zipping in on Greenland on that and seeing if Thule is there or Thule? I'm curious.
Yeah, Thule. Yeah. It's it is up there now. Sometimes it's down here in Iceland. Is it there?
That's kind of a fun point because you'll see Greenland is one of the things that really changes on the way we map things going on top or to the side of. But that is if you follow the auroras, the aurora borealis, that seems to be about the center of where the aurora centers over, which to me is interesting over our Air Force Base and that when I've measured it out, yeah.
I see
So
an Alba up there. Wow, there was quite a bit going on up there, wasn't there?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, look at Greenland again. It doesn't look ice covered.
Right,
I mean,
at all.
Island, right? Island, it's green, and then they went, oh, whoops, no, let's just tell them it's frozen. Iceland, because of course we've got island here, and then what do we have down? You know, what's off the map? But we have island, right? Island and island. What the hell? So yeah, they changed that to Iceland, and it's now
And
supposedly
lots
covered
of
in ice. And of course,
cities.
Greenland is white. They tell us, and cities.
Lots of them all around that.
Yeah, all up the coast here. You go up further north. It's still got cities in here. And yeah, these circles. I'm not sure. Because you do get them without the steeples, and then you get ones without the points. I'm wondering if
Right,
they're
that's
just
the saying.
sort of showing
The other
size,
part of
maybe.
those changes, but the circle is consistent. It's always the
right.
same.
It almost
All
looks
the
like
other part is
zodiac signs or whatever, where you bury the line to a girl, boy, or
this is the type of city is here. This one, or maybe that's not city.
Hmm.
Maybe those are the fucking
Yeah, well,
building
exactly.
capacitor. This capacitor
Healing
sits
center,
here.
food
This
center,
capacitor sits here.
learning
Right.
center. Capacity. Yeah.
You know,
So
hell,
I don't know. It's got something to do with denoting what the cities were or how big they were. But I mean, even again, right? California's right up here. California region. I mean, look at this. This is Hyperborea. Look at the distance.
Regina Elizabeth.
And
Lake Cannabis.
California's supposed to be down here somewhere, right? Because this is the circle of Arctic Circle. California's up in there.
I'm going to have fun while you're just looking at that too, just throwing in again some of our misleading in our way of looking at things and that, and us having to as women break that glass ceiling. women have always had a lot of power in history. This map was made under the Regina Elizabeth, Queen of England, and that we act. I mean, they say that there is no power, and yet if you look at rulers throughout time, there's always been women in every different. Again, it's the person. It's not the
Cleopatra.
right. It's all. I mean, they tell us we're really discriminated, and we can't become doctors, we can't become scientists, we can't do any of these things because we're girls. But Marie Curie was a fabulous scientist, and we've had rulers, we've had fabulous people that I mean, it's just if you go back to the shows of the 1950s, there's a show called What's My Line? I recommend everybody watch it for hours and hours. They just pull people off, and the panelists try to guess what they do for a living. And you'll find that the intelligence of the show between how the panelists and even the garbage collectors, their level of vocabulary, manners, and knowledge makes it look like Idiocracy now.
Yeah.
Was that Arctic New?
Arctic New. Arctic means what? With bears or bears, and Antarctic is without bears. So even then, they knew that the North had bears.
What? Is that what the man?
And that
is that the etymology of Arctic?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Bear.
There's the Sea of Teeth there to the.
I have to tell Dave he's
north
very upset.
Of Africa a bit there, the Sea of Teeth. Sea Dental, I don't know.
Whoops, that's America.
Does that mean that Owens people can't go south, or nobody's even gonna laugh? The bears.
I didn't hear that.
I missed it, Cam, because I was looking at stuff. What did you say? I just heard you go, oh, nobody laughed. I'm like, wait, what?
Something about Owens people, the bears. Never mind.
The sign.
And look at, they're all seas.
Sine wave one anymore.
There's no ocean. They're all called the seas.
Well, there is one down at the bottom. I just saw it. Right as you said that, I saw something like Pick Ocean, like something like that.
Oh, yeah.
A video I want to make, if I ever really sit down and make videos, is where waters meet waters in the oceans, and how we have seas in the waters, and where the oceans change, and then we change the names of them, and we think it's random.
Have you seen that video of the guy who went down in a submarine? He was like
yes, I have, and ran into it. Yes, exactly. Bounces off of
the lake.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
That's when I started thinking about layers and how there may be a whole other world above our ocean above us.
I mean, we have the Argosy Sea in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and we have different things, and you wonder, why is that there? When you look at pictures of the blue marble, we have all of this just lovely blue, which is kind of greenish, showing the algae around the shallow waters. But when you actually look at pictures of where waters meet, you'll see that the Atlantic Ocean is totally different than the Pacific Ocean. The waters don't meet. You can see every single, like the Yellow River where it meets this river, you'll see the waters don't mix. They're completely different elements and chemicals. And if we really saw a map of what, how beautiful it was with the colors of the waters and the way that they mix and do things. But each ocean that's got it, even the North Atlantic and the South Atlantic, you can look for pictures where they meet. They're different. They don't look the same.
Yeah,
it's not that they just wrote these labels on the map. They're different colors.
Yeah, they are actually.
Sorry, hang on one second before you skip. To another map? Did I just see a tiny heart map? Yeah, down in the bottom right corner.
Bottom right down here.
Yeah, the heart-shaped map down there in the bottom right.
Oh, it's
all the way to the bottom right.
And this is an interesting map.
I've seen a few of those. I've got a few in my collection, and wonder, like, okay, what?
I'm wondering
what are we showing?
How real that is.
This guy's not the land.
Is it the toroidal the best they could duplicate it in a flat map? Possibly is trying to show it in a way. Have you
seen You Are Anon?
Yeah,
He talks about the end of the first series, and he talks about the astrological clock and it moving, and us being in like a circle of a bigger circle.
Well, there you go.
Mhm.
That's back to
Right,
the whole
and
sky.
then
Looking at the
if you look into Antarctica, they always go to one spot. The place where they know the firmament is one spot, or an area in Antarctica. It's not all around us. So it seems like the dome, like we're only touching a bit of the dome. And so in a map like this, right?
We're one of the four corners.
Well, is
This
this the
whole
land,
region.
and then there's more land out here?
Right.
And so we
That's what
don't
I'm
wrap
saying. Maybe our whole
around. We don't
region is
wrap
one of the four
around this
corners.
so-called North Pole. We do this, and then there's more lands out here. If it does that sort of make sense?
Oh,
And so
absolutely.
this is our circle, and as it moves around, this stays still. But this is how they hide the fact that there's something out here. They say, well, there's nothing even here, so don't even go there, because what did Bird and all these people say? Oh, you fly up there, and well, if you keep going a couple of thousand miles, oh yeah, there's Greenland and there's mammoths and all types of stuff up there.
You see below it.
So that map kind of makes sense to me,
What's that, TJ? I missed it.
Below that map, it says figure decor human or something.
Oh yeah, I did catch that. Globe terrestrial and figure
terrestrial globe and the figure of humans.
The heart, a human heart.
Talk about the way it's drawn.
The human heart.
Yeah, the human heart.
The Earth, the globe Earth is a human heart. The globe land as a human heart, shaped as a human heart.
The bottom left there was the AE map.
I gotta see something now.
So this is north, and so this is interesting. So this map must be around early 1700s, because what you see, those last maps we were looking at, right? They showed us all of Hyperborea. Now we've got one landmass and the rest is not mapped. Right? If you look here, the older maps showed us the whole coastline down here, right? Now this is missing. This is all missing. You come across here, Australia is suddenly there, but so you go forward and the maps get less detailed. Mm-hmm. They literally start erasing. Like you can see, they've started erasing the lands to the north and south, and up here, that's just territory of the Arctic now. What happened to Hyperborea? But what's this? So they've sort of drawn a bit of it there, right? But they just kind of start phasing it out. Yeah, and then you get the later ones, and it's not there at all. This, of course, is the famous Mercator.
And see, doesn't it look like that one's being erased too? Almost as if maybe I don't know, maybe it's the other direction. Maybe it's undiscovered and they discover it as we go, or they're hiding it as we go. And you could almost take the maps and overlay them and play it like an animation, like a cartoon, and watch them hide it.
Yeah. They're starting to rub bits of it out. This is at New Zembla Island. And as you can see, this is the later map, but now we've only got half the island. Go back 100 years and show you the whole island with mountain ranges.
Maybe
and
that
towns
was how
everywhere.
they, like you say, began to slowly but surely start hiding these things from the populace by just, oops, we're going to leave this out here.
I think it's
we're going to leave that out there.
Or
cataclysm.
Even better, what if
this
is they had to freeze? This was part of the warfare. And so part of the warfare was freezing part of Earth.
What is
the they know it's going to thaw out. They know eventually this freezing is going to thaw out, and we're going to have to unleash whatever it was that we froze at the poles. And that's what the global warming is. They know it's the eventual thaw.
And they're going to thaw out those robots and turn them loose on us?
Whatever
it is. Dude, with all these lines and this fucking chessboard. I've never seen this.
Yeah, this is how they were all drawn. So these are all like the as far as I know, these are like energy points and stuff.
Crap.
Yeah,
all the old
I've seen these maps with like these like mandala things, and they're all different, but it's all these like nodal points like that or something. It's really weird. Exactly. I've been wondering if anyone knows if they're like what's the story even. What are they supposed to be?
I know, right? That's just like me trying to go find out about why are these heart maps even a thing. There's nothing. I can't find anything.
Oh, can you pull out the chessboard in the
So
bottom
looking-
of the
Yeah, go
thing?
in on that chessboard, man.
Looks like a chessboard, but you would recognize it
Yeah.
as
Yeah, in the bottom right there.
yeah.
There you go.
Numi?
Oh, I need this map.
I know, right? I want to link to this whole folder you're showing us, man. But this map
Okay,
is
that's
great.
information that's going to map. That's going to. I dropped something in for you, Campbell. But if you can drop this one in for me specifically, we're going to.
A legend you've been looking for?
It's part of it. Yeah, it's the Gaussian plates.
Ah.
It's part of the. Yeah, it's
So are
on the Mason
these-
board. If we played on the Mason board, we'd play the Gaussian
Right.
plates and the patterning of
Right,
it. When
right.
you build the levels and put them together, part of the Mason board, and this is going to give me some information on it.
Nice.
I want to see if I can match it up with some things. Look at, I know there's some anomalies in it.
To see the number system on here
Mhm.
don't even make sense because it's 3 spaces over in the number 4, 5 spaces over in the number 8. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get
It's the
math working
lines.
out.
I know. That's there's something about the
But
pattern.
it's
That's why I
not
said
4.
it.
It's 3 lines over. It's not 4 lines over. That's what I'm saying. There's something.
There's
here, some kind of
information
hidden
encoded
code.
here.
Right, code.
Well, look,
It is
no, it's-
definitely.
each
That's what I
block
said.
is
Is
two
look at it.
something.
It's not just a straight pattern. This is important.
Yeah, this
They
map.
they
yeah,
drop
that
pieces
one.
in with the Masonics and the things like that. They drop little pieces in weird places to match up, and that is coded. That I
Nice.
want.
So does that represent the plane or?
Okay, think of it.
What?
Okay,
Maybe.
think of it this way. Okay, I don't even know how to shortcut this in a way. The system or the realm that I believe, in other words, picking up pieces of the realm, we need certain things to exist in. If we pulled up even a Masonic tracing board, you'll see that's part of it, that checkerboard pattern you see on the Mason table. The 2 pillars, when you take the 2 pillars, the stairway appears. I don't know if you've seen the magnetics, but if you take 2 dipoles and position them correctly, you get a quadrupole in the center, and you can map out what, again, the same pattern that we witness. You can match it in the skies. If you go into the clip that I dropped in the chat, it's in there, but you need functioning pieces of it too under. We know that we have a round-shaped dome that's going to form naturally with the magnetic pattern, but we also know with the way that energy works that we're between 2 Gaussian plates. In other words, it's a little bit more complex than just in the toroid. We also need the straight plates to direct the up and down, to determine up and down. And there's a coding to it. So if you look at the Mason board and take it to there, you build the 2 pillars, it creates the stairway going up or builds up your layers. You need your Gaussian plates. These are all pieces of the puzzle, and this has got a lot of encoding. If you match it up with, like, for instance, on the tarot cards, if you look at the High Priestess card,
Right,
and
along the
zoom in,
border.
if you zoom in on her pillars on there, you'll notice that there's a ruler or a code. Your information is encoded between the Bible, the tarot, science, and the masonry, but it's none of it is all contained in one place. It's that's why in, like, the tarot card, she's holding the Torah, and yet what we've been taught instinctively that if you are religious, you stay away from the tarot cards and you stay away from, like, the sciences. If you're science, you stay away from the religion and you stay away from each one of these groups has been taught to instinctively not trust the others, but the pieces happen to put in together very logically. Your Gaussian plates, your pillars, it works magnetically, electrically. If you run a that'd be your Gaussian plate. If you run a Gaussian line or an electrical line around your border, you would have every compass having to point north to counter space. And if you even had a pole shift in this model, what it would do to your magnetics very possibly is, instead of changing them up and down, you could shift them left and right. So if you look at your declination map, you know how it changes colors red and blue on it, showing how we read on our magnets in that. Are you familiar with that, Campbell and people? You've seen that red and blue, like, declination map enough?
Yeah.
it could just flip your north and south on that. You could flip side to side. I'm not saying that I know that, but I'm saying that that also works out as a mechanism that can do what you're talking about doing, where your ground stays level, but if you shifted your magnetics, you're going to change the way that your rivers run and mountains and that overnight. But you need your Gaussian plates, and you need all of your pieces. And I believe on the Mason board, your checkerboard between your stairways again represents that. They know you need your magnetics, you need your Gaussian plates to run it in order to contain the field and to get your up and down for things to play. That right there was a neat little, again, on my journey quest. You have an encoded Gaussian plate there. I want it.
Yeah,
Please move on.
I'll get you this, but I'll
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
link for the page, so I'll get you the link for the page, and that way you can
Okay.
zoom right in.
Yes, please.
So if you look, there's 2.5 points there on that map where all those lines are intersecting.
Sorry.
There was 2 on either side, then a half of one way up top in the very middle, sort of like 2, and then
just like that.
something on way up there.
Triangle.
Do you want me to? Can I? I'm working not on my regular computer. And that can I share screen for a second and show you some things, Campbell, or do you want to keep going because your maps are better?
Yeah. No, that was the end of that file, so I can get another one. But you go.
Or just for a second to show how they tie in.
I could go for 3 weeks.
We're gonna share screen.
So could we, man. Don't worry. I'm so wrapped up in these maps. That's just like my crack.
And we're going to do the screen. You're going to get part of you right now.
Of them.
I am on a single.
I love when I see them new. Sorry, Campbell. I'm pumped up. Oh, there
No,
it is.
keep on doing it. You guys can you see like the whole screen now? Because I'm working not how I usually work.
Yeah, the Flammarion. I see it.
The Flammarion. Beautiful. Okay, first of all, let's just touch base with like when you're seeing your heart shape and matches up on it. Your this is how we plot our skies. This is taken straight from physics in this. So here's your heart shape in this, but making your purple like star trails going around. Now we have a magnetic pole here that I believe that you can like lay Australia over, and we're going to pick up on this, or Australia over, and a big piece of Antarctica. I would call it Western or Eastern Australia, the bigger piece of Australia, a big old piece of land there, right? But you also have the easternmost tip of this that you would have another magnetic. You would need another pole. Your 2 poles will create the pattern here magnetically. That's where you also need land that would be your westernmost tip or Atlas Island. I'm running too quickly for most people, but I'm hoping that you see this. These are magnetic patterns. So your heart, it's a hidden pattern. It's something that we're not seeing, but when we see our star trails, it's part of that very much. And let's see if I can see all photos. Let's see if we can go to a, I don't even know what this is. I obviously didn't go to the place I wanted to. I want to go.
Look at that. When you get so far out, those star trails kind of converge in on the center. They don't keep going. They're like.
And you get very straight lines when you add the. Now, the thing about the sky, maybe if I do this, the thing about the sky is when we see the sky, we can patch it together. And always, you'll see, we see all of the sky. We can't hide it. We can hide the land. So you can't just necessarily do this. But when you look at what our magnetics are underneath here, a quadrupole and 2 dipoles, these are like circling lenses. The way the magnetics work is they circle. I mean, a magnetic field circles your vision. It has optical properties to it. Instead of something solid or saying the stars are necessarily part of it, I'm almost saying that like even if you took what our stars were and did the magnetic optical lenses, this is probably how we would see our sky even as a huge circle, because the way the magnetics would create the lenses over the sky, if that makes sense. This is how we plot the sky. We can't hide it. Let's see if we get back to that. When I was talking about, well, here, let's do this really quick, and then the other one. Like if you take 2 magnets, it creates a quadrupole in the center. It also creates an outline that I can show you somewhere else on here that's outside of the ferrocell. This is Zach doing it on a ferrocell. These are your magnetic lines. And if you do what you're talking about here, have your pole here, have your pole here off of the map where your island would have to be off of the map, Atlas Island in Africa where Atlas played. This red and blue have to come together somewhere. They don't just go away, but here's your quadrupole in the center. Here's your dipole, here's your dipole, but that heart pattern is going to, and there's probably, again, some angle to it in one direction. I'm guessing over here on your pole, you have something off of the map here, and you have to have land off of the map to carry the magnetic patterns. If you look at your sky again, what we do, this is solid, and you can't see everything. But your skies, we can connect together. When you're talking about pole shifts, everybody automatically assumes like up and down. But in reality, if you did this magnetic pattern and ran it up and down, which I've done, you could also shift the poles just by making it. Right now, when you're doing this and reading your magnetics and doing it, shifting your magnetic sideways would just change your red and blues around on your declination, and you'd read it exactly opposite. You'd read this as you'd read this as a south pole instead of a north or the ones. Say that again?
Yeah. Would that affect like the rotation of the stars, the firmament?
Oh yeah, it would switch them the other way around. It would make them stop and go the other way. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And so
it would change
that picture there. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, is that picture showing us that there's not enough land for this system to work? So basically, there is more land that has to exist.
Our magnetics show us. If you look, what this is a pieced together map of what pilots fly by. So they took, and you don't see the center part very often because they give it to pilots in little pieces. And Diva Dante and Karen B and a lot of people did the work because I have no talent whatsoever, and I wanted to see it. I was looking at it as a square. Yep. I was looking at it as a square, and I wanted to see it as an AE, and they made it happen. This is what pilots fly by, stretched out into an AE position, and these are the magnetics they fly by. And if you look at it and think about it with the star rotations, and where you look for star rotations in southern and where people see the southern star rotations, you'll see by their declination that these people in South America, how they have to look over here, and your people in Africa, if you stand on your lines, they're looking down here. They're looking out. There probably is rotation points where the magnetics are, but here's magnetics coming together. They're not coming together here, and you would have to have what I would call Atlas Island, or a big piece of land to carry the magnetics off to complete the pattern, because magnetic patterns just don't wander off and go nowhere. They come together. They don't know how to do that. Nature does not know how to do that. So it does, but if you overlay that, and if you start building it up in layers, you start seeing the skies. If you put it in, if you like redo your magnetics and move it a layer up, all of a sudden you have optical properties that circle things. So even though let's say your stars were rotating, you would still possibly see the sun things going as an optical lens above as soon as you went outside into this magnetic region, you're going to see things bending around this way. I think the optical, like we see the sky, I think we make it very, we're trying to do this, but magnetic fields work as optical lenses. It's especially when you make them cold, there's no secret to it. There's no secret to it at all. They do something called circling. It's called magnetic circling. They circle and they optically circle like a optical lens. So that just connects into what you're doing. But when you're saying your hearts and your things and how they can come together, you'll see like Thule Air Force Base would be in Greenland here. And again, this is just a stretched out map. I don't necessarily think our map has to be stretched. I think it's easier to believe that the way that we draw Greenland in next to it instead of on top of it, the north would have to be condensed if you took a bout and did it. You'd have to lose some distance in the north, but that's pretty easy with the way that they do Greenland. But in the south, all you need is areas that are entirely, there's no longitude or latitude lines. So like nobody can go right here because this is called the South Atlantic anomaly. In other words, there's no passages, there's no routes, there's nothing here. This is the South Atlantic anomaly. You can have lines of latitude and longitude that just aren't part of our system. It doesn't necessarily have to stretch. It can be, here, I'll show you. And then I promise to give it back to you, but let's go back and do one. So you can you can have places, you could, like this would have your longitude, these have, if you zoom in on it, lines of latitude and longitude on it. Very little is below the equator, really.
That's the
it does it itself. If you take pieces of land where it has to connect, this is where you have to. It doesn't let you do it other ways. In other words, if you make cuts on it and don't cut through land and don't cut through trade routes and don't cut through wires and where trains travel and that, you're very limited on where you can make cuts on this. But you can leave all your longitude, latitude lines perfectly intact and just say that there are none here. That other piece of land would have to be there to complete the pattern magnetically. And again, if all you'd have to do is run a little, this outline occurs itself naturally. When you do those magnets, it pops out 4 corners. And it pops out. Here's 2 poles, but it pops that shape out. If you ran a little wire around it and electrified it, every magnet would go into the middle.
Isn't that basically the Seraphot or Seraphot? Is that the right word?
Sephiroth. If you build it up and down, okay, we'll keep on doing it. If you build it up and down.
And where does Da'ath fall, I wonder?
You get it if you build it up and down, and we'll do it in 3D, but you'll get again, you can get your sky. It builds up and down and it winds up with heaven, where the Rahu and K2, how it projects down to the sun and moon. I believe that black sun that they're showing in the middle of the thing, I believe it's actually below us and projecting up our stars into our star fields here, the way that Chris Pontius shows that stars project. But I think our wandering stars and sun and moon are coming down because we need the parabolic type of energy focus to have them come down and send as much energy down. Holograms create naturally. If you take a vault of looking glass, Campbell, it creates a 3D hologram that actually captures heat, light. You can cold, if you put an ice cube into it, your hologram is cold. If you put something hot in it, your hologram is hot, because it's taking it, if you make it mirrored, it's taking it and projecting all of the energies, frequencies, everything. I do it via miroscope with plastic, which is very sloppy. Metals, if
I've
you
been thinking about that, Cam, because we only see half of the moon and half of the sun. So if it is being projected down that way, that would make sense, because we never see the bottom side really of the object.
Nor would you. And if you look at the moon and everything and say that they're quantum locked, you would never see that. Of course, you'd only be able to see the projections and the angles that we do see. And again, if you add in a little bit
and no matter what angle you
looked
looked at it from, you would only see that 50%.
Right.
Wow.
But yeah, it works into I'm doing the
and that's
math.
Also told and Nordic mythology with the tree of life and what is it, Midgard and
Asgard, all of them.
And all the different the Rainbow Bridge. It's wow.
The Rainbow
Very
Bridge,
cool.
everything you
That's
cross the Rainbow Bridge. I think the stars are projection from underneath. I think like they show that black star and it projects us, but you cross the liquid looking glass where Rahu, Ketu, and the wandering stars are. You cross that Rainbow Bridge to get into Asgard or to get into the heavens. It's in every single mythology. You cross this water that's like a vault of looking glass, and if you make a vault of looking glass, you have a natural 3D hologram emitter all by itself. So if you actually enclose the physical or grow them in here, what we would, because if Rahu really is, let's say it's Metatron, the voice of God, and has all of the energies of Uranus, the radiation in that, being in its presence would kill us as corporeal beings, so it would have to filter down through our rounded magnetic fields. But if you looked at the Sephiroth again, go back, you would see that we would need our Gaussian plates. Like again on your Sephiroth, if you've ever looked at them, on any of them, I mean, you definitely have your Gaussian plates are part of it. So these lines here, I think, is your checkerboard on your Mason board. Or here, let's just do. I'm sorry, I'm really greedy tonight. But your work,
Putting these puzzle
your
pieces
work,
together.
your
Like I
work
said, that
goes
map
into
with
it.
the board, man, that
Uh-huh.
chessboard just triggered us all. I saw it and got excited just like that.
So your Masonic tracing board is again, remember how they did it, and they'll do that, and you'll get more elaborate with these good ones. You do your heavens, then your things are up past here. Some of your more advanced tracing boards have the other double. Everybody has seen it where you have the checkerboard, another one above you, but you put your 2 pillars, it creates the stairway up. You have your other plate. This is letting you know that your corporeal body is not going to survive it. But see, your checkerboard is here and there. Those are your Gaussian plates, I believe. And that little piece, I've been looking for information on more of some details with number coded, but what you gave me just had on that map, it just felt right. But again, your symbols, your G for gamma, saying the gamut. Again, your checkerboard, your Gaussian plates, and your stairways between your pillars to go up.
nice.
So that's what I saw in that, and I'm going to give you back the screen and
Now,
listen because your work is
electrically,
beautiful. Electric, go ahead.
if there was a point source at top
Hmm.
and it was strong enough and it was just coming down to our surface, the lines that came down, it would kind of make a dome shape.
Of course.
Instead of having 2 flat surfaces as your Gaussian surface, what if there is something up there that's just the point source that's creating
Well,
the
I
electric?
think I do think it makes the 2 Gaussian straight surfaces with it, but within that, the toroid is going to, the magnetic field is going to
Eventually it'll be
naturally
straight,
do the,
but as it
right,
goes up, it'll start converging in on that point source eventually. But near the ground, they'll all be parallel lines because they all come in at 90s.
right.
But as you go up towards it, they're all going to start arcing in towards that point source and make like a dome shape.
That's the magnetics parts of it, but the plate itself is still straight. The Gaussian plate is, you're still going to, in other words,
Well, is what I'm
we're
saying is it doesn't really
both
have
shapes.
to be though.
Yeah, it's not one or the other. It's both of them. We tried to say, just like that shape created 4 corners. Your circle, if you have a sun melting out an ice ring, you're going to have the circle of the earth. You're going to have the 4 corners by what your magnetics produce, your 2 poles. We try to argue amongst the things when really there's no reason in fact, they're all there.
Right.
It's
Again, this is
or.
how the puzzle pieces get thrown together, man. That's why I love putting these amazing panels together, like I did it or something. I mean, just it's amazing when we all get together and these pieces fly and we all get sparked and passionate and excited and take over and like, oh, let me show you this, because you'll forget it if you don't, because something else exciting to happen in 10 minutes and we're all on that for the next hour. So it's hard to not get excited when these pieces fly.
Right,
I'm pumped up. I'm pumped up.
And I probably just went way too fast and lost it, but it was fun. Thank you for listening, Cam.
Oh, that was good. Yeah. I mean, that ties in a lot of the
You're
stuff with
yeah.
Debbie Alchemy and all this stuff.
The
I'm
pieces
learning
all
from Bernie, trying to learn.
they all fit. It's fun, isn't it? That's what
Yeah,
I'm
well,
doing.
there's just so many connections.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Exactly.
even, have you seen, there's a map that someone was, I think they were French, and they may have been. There was a group of like scientists, and they went out and they were mapping the realm and stuff, and they sent things up and took photos, and they reckon they saw like another patch of land that's north, and there's a map of it. And there's actually a there's a video on YouTube, a documentary, and they've got this map, and it's the circle that we see a lot, and then it's got this extra bit to the north, I think. I mean, it sounds a lot like what you're talking about, Cammy, like an extra bit of land up there, but
Ringing
I
bells,
don't know if I
but
can find it, but
it also is also kind of also sort of creeping into that Belu area. Is that the same idea of that little area off to the edge of the AE area?
It
And
could be. I mean, the issues I had with their map is they put it on a meteor flying through space and didn't. I mean, it was the different things, but the land placement I thought was pretty
It's
cool.
been so many years ago.
And they said it was introduced by a
head.
little alien in the bush called Bilu. But again, the big deception on it is again the sky are even accounting for that. They had it like they had us right like between Venus and Mars as a floating flat thing. That was just the only flat thing in there floating in the giant universe of millions of miles and the stars and the things. In other words, it didn't. I felt it was very misleading because it took a piece of truth and mixed it in with, again, what they do with
And this
modern
could
society.
be completely not even what you're talking about, Cam. It might be something totally different, because I also seem to remember some guys doing a mapping with, like, maybe I just recently read a story about that, actually. Let me go see if I put it in our pile. Hang on.
yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can find that map.
I know we're all doing live research. Exciting.
And I'm like
Thank
sitting
you,
here,
guys.
okay.
Can I share?
keep
I have a
checking
map
in.
here.
Go ahead,
I talk
man.
vomited and I was going to
I
like
keep
say I have to
checking
smoke break.
back and seeing chat, and I see you guys are amazing and exciting. And I saw a super chat from Not, I believe, NOK, saying like excited that Cam is here. I believe it's been so far back I don't even find it now. So I see, yeah, lots of too much to go into. You guys are just amazing. Thank you for being there in chat, and thank you for the super chats.
I mean, this is that map I was talking about that they cut. Look at the bottom of it, what they have to do. Cut all these little wedges out so they can try and pretend it's a ball. That's just mad. But
Look at yeah. When you do maps, look at a lot of the pictures of Australia is picked, or not Australia, but Antarctica is depicted in two different continents and split too, and that's always fun.
That's like I have that map right here behind me on the wall. Shout out, Adam. Where you at, brother?
You got that one?
Don't forget, TJ, whatever it is you wanted to share with us, man. Hang on to that, bookmark it. I want to see it.
Let's go. So this has got that heart shape as well.
Yeah, I did find one reference on the heart map. Let me go see. They have closed it already. No, Peter Apian.
What is this
heart map has some kind of discussion about it, but I'll have to find it again. I dropped it. Hang on.
Strange map. This is that. Oh gosh, what 1487, I think.
Isn't this the one that's
look
the
at all
huge
this land.
tapestry?
Yeah,
this was like an enormous tapestry they found.
10 foot by 10
this is one of my favorites. Yes, sir. Yeah. I've got a very high.
One of mine too.
This is not
version of this saved somewhere.
But if you go to davidrumsey.com, literally, and then scroll down to the bottom of the page, you'll find this, and you can blow it up and zoom in.
Yeah,
because it's just a copy. But this There's the names of the kings around here. We've got all this. This is the one that shows all the animals.
The animals, the
So like you go underneath
lemmings, the
the
foot umbrella guys,
yeah,
all of it. Yeah,
the
it's
kangaroo.
great.
It's a good one,
It's
that one.
great. It's my favorite.
But I mean, there's heaps of them. Like, I mean, you got the four winds, of course, and a lot of the old maps. We've got the four winds on the corners. He's not actually trying to eat the map, I don't think. He's blowing. I mean, look at this. This is down Antarctica way. Got all these people down here having fights with dragons and things. But of course, a lot of these maps, I mean, it's finding the good one too, right? This is interesting, right? That's just
Whoa.
you know, is what it could be, right? They just tell us we're here. This is the bit of Antarctica we can get to, but there's really all this out there. And of course, this is where the North Pole is, right? So again, is that just a gateway to more land? Who knows? I mean,
Wow.
so this one, okay, so this is like that map I was talking
Yeah.
about. It's not the map, but it had a bit like this, just at the top of our world, like this extra bit of land. So, and
Well, that's
apparently it
kinda
was
what they
drawn
talk
by
about in that
researchers who were trying to map this stuff.
World Beyond the Poles, was that it? That
Worlds beyond the
old
pole,
book? Yeah, where they talk about
and
the
and
gates.
the Iron Realm, of course, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Iron Republic.
Isis, Osiris,
Yep, out here,
Gemini.
Isle of Anubis, Nemo.
So remember John Brahma was talking about the gateways that would open up in Antarctica?
Oh, yeah.
It would allow us to
look at
pass
this,
through.
right? Gateways.
Yeah, there were.
There's actual documents from how do I say, Hitler's reign, New Schwaberland. And there's coordinates, or basically maps, directions for submarines and how they can get out, where to find the tunnels to go through, and then they pop out in different lands.
Adam had was it his wife that could read German and checked those documents
I
and
think that's
verified
right.
that the directions definitely said those exact things? You go here, you go down, you go so far, you go up, there's a fucking sun, huh? You know, down inside the earth.
I think that's right. I think Marie. I think
It's
that's
mad.
right.
Was it Marie? I couldn't remember if it was her or not.
I think so.
I think it was. So the 3D topographic map that seems to be on the wall of an old version of Air Force One. Have you seen that map?
Yes, I do.
And it
Yep,
shows the gateway out through the ice wall or whatever. I'll probably have it somewhere, but it would take me forever to find it.
Optical illusion. Yeah, I've I think I've got that one close, actually. Let me have a quick look.
Yeah, probably 3 or 4 years ago, I could drop stuff quick and grab it, but it's been piled on and thrown in, and just so many layers added to it. It's so deep.
Trust me, 4 years ago, Walter was known for his speed with his computer.
Oh, this guy.
Fastest fingers in the way.
Every week I say, man, how does he do this stuff so fast? He's just on it. It's like he's got like 100 different windows open, and he's just flinging them everywhere. I'm amazed.
Like he has a bunch of windows open all the time, exactly like that. Yeah.
No, windows. Oh my gosh, I've got so many windows open. I'm a shocker. I literally get to the point where I have to just start saving URLs and putting them on a list.
Dude, my bookmark list is so stupid at this point.
And then you never get back to it.
And you never go look again. It's like, oh wait, I remember.
Until it's a year later, and you're like, oh, I remember that. That was really
or
cool,
somebody shares a link, and you go to it, and it's already bookmarked. You're like, oh yeah, apparently I've been here before.
Yeah, that's my new digging, my new research style. As I start looking through my toolbar bar and see how many bookmarks, which are just, folders full of folders, full of folders, full of folders. And I just go down 3 or 4 levels and start exploring and see what I come up with.
Yeah. I know, right?
Oh, this is so cool.
keeps
4
going.
years
It's like
ago when I
stuff
found it the
everywhere.
first time. Look at this. Space lettuce.
I know.
Cool.
I know. About 3 or 4 times I've just said, right, I'm not going to do any more research. I'm just going to go through what I got. and
Do what
put
I
that out.
have,
But,
right? If I got through all what I have here, it'd be some knowledge.
I could have a team. I could have a team of 50 people, and I could have constant content coming out, just feeding them all this stuff to look into. But because it's so massive, it's just such a mess. I mean, what are we researching, right? Reality, pretty much, what's going on. So it's a pretty big topic.
Twice this month, I've had someone request permission to access some of my old flat earth files, like old Admiral Byrd stuff. I think there's like a NASA book, and it's like a nothing folder that I think I might have shared a couple of times, but apparently somebody still has the link and shares it around because it's got some pretty cool bird information in there. But twice this month, I got an email somebody requesting permission. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, take it away. Read that shit.
I need to get all my stuff into files and just put it up so people can go through it, because
that's just so hard.
I've all got bits of the event. They got more time than, yeah, exactly.
Well, unless you want to pay for the
if
server.
I can't get through it, I might as well put it.
There's no good way to do it.
Organized, don't you? So
yeah, and there's the rub. There's the rub.
That's all we need to do. It's not that hard. We just bring down NASA, and then we just redistribute that $63 million a day to ourselves.
Right there.
Fine, right?
There it is.
We can hire people to do the research, to videos.
Organize these files for me.
If you'd like to see the production value of Iron Raw Media improve, please feel free to take down NASA and divert some of those funds over this way. I'll be happy to take a few years off of work. And
we'd even take 10%. We'll do a deal, just 10%. We'll be happy.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
point
I'll go 2%.
Would be great. Right. 0.10%.
Yeah, you're 50 people. You could pay them for the whole year yourself, and that would be like a fraction of one day's pay that NASA gets right there.
Yeah, exactly. 10% of one day. Yeah. I know. I mean, and imagine what you could, after a year, what you could actually produce. I mean,
exactly. Actual information, truth.
Hey, TJ, did you have something you wanted to show us, sir?
Yes. Can I have screen powers?
Absolutely.
Josh is so stingy with his power.
I'm not stingy. I'm more than happy to get it. I just like to have the mask.
Oh, see, it's a power game.
That's right.
Wait, you haven't been vaccinated, right, TJ? We don't allow vaccinated people.
Yeah,
we don't give them power here on this.
Man, if I got to disinfect the power when I take it back, I'm going to be pissed.
He's got us in suspenders.
What? Right?
Are you? Am I here?
You are there, sir.
Seeing it? Have you ever seen this one?
Oh, that might be the book that I was just showing.
I think I've seen this.
I found this because I was searching for Atlantis. Like I was just picking random, words to see what would come up. Yeah, but Atlantis brought this up, so I thought that was interesting. But it's just weird too. Like California as an island, and then like there's not a lot of like cities and stuff, but like down here, like
the biggest castle ever in the history of ever, right?
And like this big,
and what's that big square void,
like body of water or something?
You think that's water? Maybe.
I don't know. And like even this, like what
looks like a lake. Yeah.
Right. It reminded me of like the lake
Cannabis. I mean, it would have to be kind of thing huge.
Up here.
And it's
I don't know if that would be that or not.
Square like that.
Yeah, there's here. Machismo Bellatrix.
think it might be a new band name. Maybe it's hard to
But
say though. I don't know. I don't roll off.
I thought like this isn't necessarily a globe either, is it? Like,
No,
you
it
see what
just
I
looks
mean?
like part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of maps where they just don't finish the land masses. And is it because they don't want to? You know, they don't want to show us what's there, and they're just like, oh
Hyperborea.
well, we don't really know. Yeah, that's Hyperborea. That bit there, that's the bottom of Hyperborea.
Germania.
And then I was looking at this while you were
Sea.
talking. This has
Oh, it-
Atlas Mons too.
Those are their
Oh yeah, no
Hyperborea.
shit.
I believe it says this is from 16 something, but you know, who knows about that.
Right.
If you go to the side, there'll be a tab that says about, and if you pop that out, it'll.
Oh yeah, here it says 1741 or
Or
I
is that
741.
Right.
Never mind the little
Ah.
devil sitting down in the corner. Disregard him
Yeah,
completely.
we got the Phoenician,
Yeah,
their King Nemo and the
Oops.
Trident.
I'm really
It
bad
might
at
be
this. There we
Trident.
go.
The
Yeah.
Roy, the Roy's the king.
What is that device he's sitting upon? Some kind of
Yeah, it's
propellered
crazy.
type.
It's
Yeah,
often like sea
type.
creatures are like a throne on dolphins and that, and he just sort of gets
Is that
There's
a
Yeah,
a
look,
big
pearl?
water
he has
thing with-
legs, but they
What's
all
that, the
have
clam?
tails.
Oh.
Tails
Mm.
and wings. Is he sitting on an
Big-
oyster with a pearl in
It
it?
looks like an oyster or something.
Yeah, with
Clam,
a
yeah.
propeller. It's weird.
Yeah, with an outboard later on that.
Outboard
Um,
oyster. There's your new band name. Outboard.
Yeah, outboard oyster. That'd
And then
sell.
let's see. Let me get out of here.
Atlanticum.
Thank you so much, Logan Cook. $5 super chat. Much love
Nice,
back at
thanks,
you. Sorry
brother.
for all
We
the super
appreciate
chats I
that.
may have missed whilst I've not
We
been
probably
here.
missed some.
or-
That's why I was trying to scroll back, and I could only get back to knock. So if I missed any earlier, just remind us, guys. This is like always. And when Campbell's here, we're wrapped up in this and looking at all of the goodies.
Yeah, I already apologized to
I've
everybody
gone.
in chat.
Yeah,
I said, sorry I haven't been in chat.
nah,
Campbell's
we're not over there. I
blowing
know.
my mind again.
Yeah, I'm
So-
just looking, right? How long are we going through? We're hitting 3 hours. Gosh.
I know. I
Yeah,
didn't even know it was that
Yep.
late, and I didn't want to say how late it
I have to
already
get
is. But whenever you need to go, you let us know, good friend, for sure.
Yeah, I might need to go soon because I'm supposed
Okay,
to be
that's
moving.
Yeah, the
we don't wanna
work's
get
got to
you
be
in-
done. It's
Sure.
understood.
I know, right? I mean, man,
So-
work is never done.
Nice, Sarah.
I found this book, Universal Cosmography 1555.
Wow.
I just started like making a video going through it, and then it's super long, so it's like I think it's in 3 parts. But this has those things I was saying that.
You're still sharing the first map.
Oh shit.
And Gallica is a great site as well for anyone who wants
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
find books and maps. Check the French site.
Oops.
Put Gallica. But and a hint is if you do a search term, you can get Google Translate, turn it into French, and then search in French, and you'll get better results.
Oh, that's great. See, I never
you
thought
seeing
about
this now?
that. That's great, man. Yeah. See it.
Yeah,
see
I
it.
found this
Yeah.
on Gallica too, actually. But yeah, this has like, this is what I was talking about. That there's, like what are these?
Oh,
And see, this one looks like a biohazard thing.
right.
It's
Yeah,
really
right.
weird.
Wow. Biohazard.
Um,
Is that stuff coming down from? You
Is
can't
that
see it.
happening
it's see, this is
in
like
the
those.
sky?
you know, is that-
No, it's
it-
like those lines on the map, and then those nodal points have these weird circles.
Well, this
Oh yeah.
This is
See, I
the
just
thing,
now
right? We
see
have
the
all the
lines
Starfall.
behind them. Yeah.
There's,
Okay.
there's
oh
crazy
Wow.
snake tail.
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
trying to
I'm gonna
find.
go check this
See,
video
there's just
out.
like there's all kinds of stuff in this.
Oh, wow.
It's just me speculating wildly
That's
about.
fine.
But see, like
look,
this one's
there's
tucked
one
in behind the
obscured
mountains.
by a mountain, right?
I don't get it.
What the fuck? Wheels in the sky.
So what if the sky itself, as it turns, the wandering stars and all the other stars trace these patterns on the ground, but throughout the years they'll intersect. See, like this, that they intersect at points.
And then that's interesting too. There's points where there isn't a thing.
So like,
you know what I mean?
And you can collect the energy, isn't it? Kind
Right.
of making you think of
Like
that
the
energy
star
collector
forts.
that ruler is holding in his hand with that energy beam upon his head. Yeah,
Three
right.
tiers. Adgard, Misgard.
And look on the flag, the banner even has it on there. Look.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. This is great.
So it could charge up the star forts as the planets or stars pass over that particular vibratory, energetic location.
His throne, right?
I've noticed this too. What kind of boat is this? Like I've seen boats that look like normal boats.
Look at the flag.
Right. So weird.
Is that supposed to be Islamic?
Haven't we seen a video of some weird boat with some kind of bizarre sail like that from like some old footage? Damn it. I don't know where I could find such a thing, but it's
there's boats that have masts and no sails and have big like mercury balls up on the masts.
Maybe that's what I'm remembering. Say it's just vaguely from early days stuff. Lord.
And even these things that I assume are like something for scale or whatever, but like they vary in how they're decorated, and to me it's like for a reason.
I'm sure it's encoded
I
somehow.
used to have dreams about beings in the sky riding platforms, very much like what you just showed us. They were usually decorated with archways that were very elaborate and covered with flowers. And I used to have those dreams all the fucking time as a child. Yep.
Waygates. But yeah, there's something to do with those shapes. I mean, it's sort of a half toroid shape as well, but that scrolling bit, it's on the end of all the wooden instruments
one
too,
to
right?
the right that's got an opening.
And violas.
Look at it.
Yeah, Ed Leedscallion.
Right.
He's wrote the Book of Freemasonic Book of Magnetism, and that scroll is on the two of those scrolls facing each other, mirror image, is the cover of the book. That's the only image on the book, is those two scrolling type things. And you see them everywhere.
Polaroids, yeah, you sure do. And those things, they look like mandalas. You got mandalas, they look like cymatic symbols, and they look like star forts.
And those with the openings are just weird.
Star forts were to attune. Is that Australia? This is the old map. Okay, so this one, Australia,
this
white
has
people,
all kinds of
and if you
creatures
go up,
and stuff.
It shows camels and horses, and this is from the 1500s. It's a Spanish map. Yeah, this is the one. That's in a video, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
the actual
I had the
book,
link, but I think it's on.
There is well, I mean, you can see these are all white people,
right?
In Australia, it's from the 1500s, but some of the other maps they show camels and horses, and we're told no, camels and horses came across by little wooden boats. They locked them in a stall for 9 months in a little boat, brought them across, and at the other end they were alive.
That's crazy.
Oh, there's a few dragons in there too.
And fleur-de-lis, really. I wonder
Campbell,
the fleur-de-lis is
I wonder if that's more some kind of a energy collector too. But
it'd be something to do with sacred geometry and
like the
movements.
magnetic or the sparks. I don't know. Whoa, I like that.
What the heck is
that?
that?
I like that, dude.
So this just reminded me, actually, I've found this map before that shows like below South America, and it starts like giving like an elaborate description of these lands and stuff. And then I got into like translating some of the stuff and figuring out where this map came from. And it was what they say is it was a book like like Satire, like Gulliver's Travels or something, because the one is like a land of dogs and one's like a land of idiots, but it's like, it was really weird because I was like, isn't that what you would say if there was a map of, you know?
But then you go back into the cryptoids, and there's books where they show all these cryptoids and the dog-headed men and the long-necked people with like that.
Yeah,
Last
and
picture
the
we saw, they got
guys
like
with the
long
chest
necks, like
faces,
it's facing
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chest and the one leg, one big foot,
the
and they're
foot
always the
umbrella
same. There's
guy, right?
12 of them, and it's not like this random.
And they're all,
it's not
yeah,
like someone's just gone on.
numerous.
Let's just
times.
make up what we can. They're literally there's specific types of whatever cryptoids, right? Whatever they were, monsters.
And what do you think, like in all the Babylonian, Egyptian, Amazonian, all these different pyramids that we find, a lot of the beasts, they may have different heads, they may look a little different, but they're all carrying this bag.
Yeah, like Egypt, especially with all their gods. Osiris is at the ibis-headed god, and we've got Anubis, the dog-headed god. So right there, right, you got the dog head and you got the long-necked bird-headed people in those two Egyptian gods. And then we see these pictures. There's tons of pictures of them in books and all around the 1600s. They say, and then in the old maps, they seem to be in the fringe lands. So the outlanders, right? The aliens, the extraterrestrials that look a bit weird.
It's all hidden in the language, isn't it?
It is, man.
But like right in front of our faces.
Somebody needs to tell Alanis Morissette how ironic it is that Phoenicians is spelled with a PH. Because that's like real irony.
Exactly. I used to say that, and my ex's, her sister is like a teacher, like, oh, I'm an English teacher. And I said that to her like about 10 years ago, thinking I was really clever. Like, oh, yeah. So how come phonetically is not spelled phonetically? And she just started like, well, you see, back in the day they did this. And I'm just like, oh, my God, can I slap you? Do you not have a sense of humor? Like, you're so caught up in yourself and how bloody brilliant you are that you can't even hear a joke. And then you can't hear what I'm saying behind that joke because you're stupid, because all you've got is a book. Right? I mean, she starts telling me all this stuff, and I could literally rip out books and maps and go, yeah, well, show me here why it was an F. After your big story of why it's a PH, I can show you it was an F and it got changed. Oh no, but my book, and these are the people educating it.
But I paid so much more for my book than you paid for yours. My book cost 6 figures to read. How much did yours cost?
Do you know how much money I have invested in this opinion of somebody else? Oh my God. I'm going to get my money's worth by spreading that as far and wide as I can.
What kind of fool would I be to spend all this money and then just disregard it all? Question everything at the end of it. It'd be right back where I started, only poorer.
Exactly. If I'm going to pay off debt for the next 30 years, I'm sure as hell going to go and make sure that everyone thinks I'm right about what I've spent my money on, whether I am or not. It goes too big to look at anything else.
Well, yeah, because they don't want to look foolish, right?
Yeah. I'm so invested, right? I'm a teacher. I'm a principal, and I'm a lawyer. Come on, look at me. Look at the things on my wall, the certificates. All right.
I'm with Rick from Rick and Morty. Episode 1, I think it is. He says, school is not a place for intelligent people.
No. Yeah, exactly. No.
And he's right. How many super smart children are homeschooled? Some of the best, well-educated children I know, homeschooled.
I'd say all homeschooled children are smarter than education, mainstream educated children for sure. It just stifles you. It brings
polite.
And people don't understand, where did all this stuff come from? Like we hear about all these inventors and people, they got all this new knowledge and these new understandings. Do they think that came from that person listening to other people telling them how reality works and what it is? Of course it doesn't. Like, we only get the good stuff from people who tell education to, get stuff and they go and educate themselves. Otherwise, all you can do is rinse and repeat.
Well, yeah, what is it like? I forget what percentage, but all of our advancements in technology came from the fringe scientists.
Bit rude.
They weren't the mainstream academics in the
Yeah,
ivory towers teaching. No, they were the guys in their garage.
Yeah, well, I was
building
going to say
stuff.
before with Marie Curie. It's a very interesting name, isn't it? Marie Curie, Mercury. Right.
Right there in the word, in the name.
In the spelling of teachers at school. Well, after they tell you that all your imaginary friends are dead, then they teach you about spelling.
That's right. After you bust out the grimoire, teach you your grammar.
You know what? I
just
realized
cursive.
that I had an imaginary friend. My mom told me that the little boy that I played with when I was living in Whiting from I started having memories about 2. From 2 to 4.5, I played with this little boy. He was real. I saw him. I touched him. He wore the cape, my other cape. I was Robin. He was Batman. His name was Steve. And she said, no, he was imaginary. That does not compute in my world.
What's imaginary?
Yeah, exactly.
What's imaginary? Using your imagination. I mean,
you and Steve used to go horse hunting.
More real. The problem is, that's what they want to kill, right? And people who've gone, yeah, okay, I'm going to go along and let you kill my dreams and my imaginary friends. They get pissed, man. So they want to kill everyone else. Oh, you can't have an imaginary friend, little kid. They took mine away. I'm going to take yours away. I mean, and seriously, and you question anything, and they'll stand you in the corner and get the class to laugh at you and call you stupid until you fall in line and go, okay, only physical things exist. I'm sorry. Nothing is energy. I shall comply.
There's a certain amount of delusion there too, as someone who's
and
guilty
so,
of having had not an imaginary friend, mind you.
Do it on the 5-year-old. But they can't get the 5-year-olds, so now they're lowering the school age. They want to harass 3-year-olds, man. They're big, tough people with their false creation.
And I think there's something psychological to the imaginary friends too. When you're a person that's lonely, you create that partner. And I mean, I had an entire family. If that tells you anything about my home life, I had literally an entire imaginary family. They were called Fiveys. Yeah. And Fiveys had a bunch of sons. They all had names that started with J. Weird. And then they had one daughter. But it was Fiveys. I knew where Fiveys worked. And because we did a lot of driving around, as I sat in the back seat and I would see a house that I liked, that I was just, for some reason, I liked that house. That's where Fiveys lived. Fivey lives in that house. I mean, Fiveys only worked in one spot, and I was at a garage that fixed cars not far from the house. But they lived at any house that I was particularly drawn to. Fiveys lives there. Yeah, there's John, Jason, Jeff, Jim. They're all J names except Josh. They didn't have a son named Josh. But Fiveys was everywhere.
You were the Josh.
Maybe. Yeah. You would think all they needed to do was find me and take me away from these fucks, and I would be able to fit in. I wouldn't feel such such an outsider. I wouldn't be forced to do things that didn't make sense and have all this hypocrisy heaped upon me, like I'm stupid, like I don't see it, and then get ridiculed and belittled for pointing it out. Shut up. Don't talk back. Why don't you think before you speak?
But this is the thing. I mean, our imaginary friends are these, guides and that, and we've just kind of disconnected ourselves.
Monks.
Again, stuff is done. But at some point, we are at least a bit complicit for going along with it, even if we were a 5-year-old, and we're being harassed by big, smelly, ugly people,
But what if we never
is when you find out, it's reverse.
Yes, because go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry.
What if it was like Lord of the Flies, but from 5 years on, and nobody was around to ever stifle these kids' imaginary friends? Do you think it's going to have any effect on that island of Lord of the Flies, other than the fact you got a bunch of delusional fucking kids running around talking to people that aren't there.
Well, according to
Well,
these
go ahead.
Tibetan monks, all
Sorry.
right, this is a thing in their, they can create this thing. It starts off as an imaginary friend, you know, but it can become physical. The more you talk to it, the
Yeah.
more focus you give it, they can become even specters to where other people can see them in like a ghost form. But you don't control this thing. It has its own consciousness. And they believe, and some of them turn evil. That's why they say, you know, not to do the imaginary friend thing, because you're creating like a conscious living thing
Or
that you can turn bad.
Or maybe that's a backstory, right? Like,
is
like
that
Yeah, it could
maybe a
be.
cover story for the
Because
fact
Lord of
that
the
there are
Flies as well.
entities and things that are among us that could either be people who've moved on and are trapped here, can't figure out how to go to another place because they've been so mind fucked all the lies here that when they get to the other side, they're just like, oh my God, what do I do? Well, I know this house, so I'm gonna hang out here for a while because my stepson had okay, we had a blanket my mom had passed down from generation, not a blanket, but like it was the house blanket we used, and he had it on his bed. And it had come from her years of being in hospitals. It was a hospital thermal, like blanket, white thermal blanket. You probably know, you've seen them. So he had that on his bed, and we would wake up and he would be cold, but that would be on the floor. And we would say, why aren't you liking this blanket? And he would say, because the people in it keep talking to me all night. Okay.
Oh, no.
And then my son had a little friend who was in the room with him that he played with all the time. That was his little friend, and they played with his toys, and his little friend was nice. And then about 2 or 3 months into this, his little friend wasn't nice anymore. His little friend would make scary faces, and he didn't like the scary faces his little friend would make. And so we went and had a little discussion with his little friend and told his little friend he needed to leave, that this wasn't where he needed to be. He needed to go to the light or whatever. And this is like 30 years ago almost. And so, you know, there's a lot going on. There's lots of things hanging out with us that are just right outside that frequency that we can't quite see, kind of like what you talked about at the beginning of the show there, Campbell. So,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, and
add that to the mix.
Imagine believing that, you know, nothing, that death, you know, is the final thing. There's no energy, all that's crap, right? Because that's what we're taught. And then you die. So hang on, I can't exist, right? I can't die because that doesn't exist. So then you turn into a ghost and walk around confused.
What am I doing here? Right. Let me go hang out at that house I know, and I want to play with those toys, but I can't.
And they say, don't look into it. It's false. But have you ever come across any information ever, or any studies or anything that actually proves that any of this is false or silly? Any research proves that it's true. So everyone believes, oh no, that doesn't exist. Ghosts are stupid. Oh, you'd just be in a nut house. But there's zero evidence for that. Zero. But there's lots of evidence for the contrary. So it's, I don't know, it's all up to us, right? Got to be autodidactic, think for yourself, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Nice. Speaking of, sir, Josh did a trick. Josh did a thing. And earlier, it was even mentioned in chat that someone needs to have this explained, how we got this thumbnail from your lovely channel logo, which I love, and the channel name, which is amazing, Autodidactic. Explain it, please, a little bit, Josh, if you don't mind.
I'll do my ever loving best.
People
Came
can
from
have
the
a
devil.
bit of nightmare fuel, right? And yes, there in chat, we're live. We haven't been ignoring the chat, I promise. We're just wrapped up in this amazing conversation and these great.
You guys can blame Campbell.
Presentation,
will be
it's
in the description.
Campbell and TJ's fault. They're the ones that have distracted us so
our
greatly
minds.
here, right? Oh, and I think we dropped the link for the book, didn't we, TJ? I think I shared it in chat as well. So thank you, sir.
Awesome. I think I'm gonna have to jump off, guys. I've got to go move house. And
You do.
gosh,
You definitely
it's almost
do.
10 to 11. When did we start this? Like 4 hours ago or something?
Freaking almost. Wow, it is almost 9 o'clock. That is nuts. See, we said we wouldn't do this anymore, and here we
Lift
are.
with your legs, man. Lift with your legs, not your back. That's my advice for the day.
Next time, we'll have to book a series next time, eh?
If you walk fast and look straight
Fabulous.
ahead, it looks like you're busy doing something and you're about to go do something else. Or if you just stand and point at things
Purpose, right?
randomly,
Purpose.
people think that you're, in charge. So just little bits.
Indeed.
Thank you so
All
much
right,
for coming
guys,
to hang
well,
out.
I'd
Thank
say
you,
stay
sir.
awesome, because you are.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for all you do, the amazing output. You hang out with us there and chat all the time, and we appreciate the hell out of that. And anytime, you are family here. The door never shuts. That link works forever.
Love you, man.
Love you,
Ooh,
buddy. Thank
all
you.
right. Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have an awesome weekend, Friday night, Saturday morning, wherever you are. And I'll catch up with you all soon.
Thanks so much, Cam.
So, awesome, and hello, and to everyone in chat. And sorry, we didn't get a chance, but I love you all. All right, see you guys.
See ya.
So terrible,
Good day.
man. And we're normally so
Bye.
chat-centric on our show, too. Sorry. Thank you, man. Love you guys. Thank y'all. All right, Josh, run it past everybody how the hell you dementedly got this thing. No, he didn't really do it on purpose.
So
A little bit he did.
I've got some projects that I'd like to actually get started working on, but I just have so many things that I do between my hobbies and my responsibilities that it's taking on another project seems a little overwhelming. So I've been trying to find ways that I can streamline some of my stuff. And while Walt was away, some of the things that I've had to do was go back to making thumbnails, but I don't have 3 hours to sit in Photoshop and make thumbnails like I used to. I've got about 3 minutes to sit and make a thumbnail, unless I can get it done beforehand, which sort of brings me to where we are now. And trying to find a way to streamline the making of thumbnails, I came up with the idea of using like AI software, because I've seen a lot of videos of like the deep dream videos and weird psychedelic shit that makes your brain hurt if you look at it for too long. So I know there was things out there that could create images. So I just got to poking around and digging around and found a couple of things that would do things based on a string of words. I'll be damned if I cannot remember what the hell string of words I used for Campbell's logo, because you can do just a string of words, like just type out a sentence, and then based on the particular algorithm or which AI you use, it will come up with sort of a different type of art, essentially digital art that this AI creates based on the words that you give it. And then you can also give it sort of a base image. So I'd been playing around with it, coming up. If you go through the last, 5 or 6 shows of ours on our channel, you'll see just the name of the show, I Have No Sphere or Ironworks, and it's on some artwork. And that's all digital art that I had made using this AI. So just playing around and being excited to get Campbell on again, I decided to go ahead, since I had the program open, and just see if I threw his logo down as like a base image and just see if I can't find what it was that I prompted the AI to use in addition to Campbell's logo. It's this really weird website called Night Cafe. So there's all sorts of really good stuff. So the prompt that I gave the AI was autodidactic knowledge. Autodidactic knowledge. But I wanted it done in like photorealism. And then I used this guy, Oliver Hassaloon, who is like this photorealistic artist. So it's basically supposed to be done in the style of this artist who specializes in this type of art. And then here's the subject matter, this autodidactic knowledge. And then the AI goes through and it starts to create this image. So it starts off, because I gave the AI Cam's logo, that was what it started with. And then the AI just starts creating this image based on the autodidactic knowledge, photorealism, Oliver Hasselhoon prompts that I gave it. Then I took all of those images because the Night Cafe website shows you the progression as the image renders out, right? As the AI shoots out its different versions of it until it runs as many iterations as it's going to run. Each iteration, every, I don't know, couple hundred, 250 iterations, it'll show you where it is. And the Night Cafe will show you all these different photos. So I just took them all and put them all in my video editing program and ran them together. And it really kind of came out into this weird little creepy looking animation of what the AI did with Cam's logo based on autodidactic knowledge, right? This self-taught, this thinking for yourself, teaching yourself, autodidactic knowledge. And that is the image that the AI came up with using Cam's logo as a base image. So you can see how it's similar to Cam's logo. It's got some of the same things, it was just really interesting. I've had a lot of fun playing around with Night Cafe. It's a little more user friendly than a couple of the other sites that are out there, but I'm going to have to get down and get busy because one of the sites actually creates the video for you, and there's different ways to do it. But I just did this one myself because I knew I'd be able to. So yeah, really, really interesting. Speaking of maps, I ran before my phone dies. Before I ran Cam's, I ran a couple. It was the same prompts using two different algorithms. And the prompt was frequency weapons destroy Tartarian giants and star forts, creating catastrophic mud flood. That was it. No artistic style, no artist, nothing else, just frequency weapons destroy Tartarian giants and star forts, creating a catastrophic mud flood. But then I ran it through the two different algorithms that you can choose from. You can run it through this one, or you can run it through this one. One's like more artistic, one's more true to subject matter. So let's see if I can't. Son of a gun. I wasn't planning on doing this, so I didn't even think to have them pulled up and ready. I know they're close.
I think they're in Skype. Is the last place I saw them handy. And I just closed Skype like literally 3 minutes ago. Or I could throw it up for you real quick, man. So
if you can throw it up real quick, I'd have to. Well,
I'll have to go. Yeah, open Skype. Hang on. Oh, y'all just
like I'm pretty sure I have them in
along.
Telegram. Maybe. No. I've got some really cool Alex Gray type AI artwork that was really cool. It's got like some reptilian eyes and some
Here we go.
blue eyes. I don't know. It was some
Which one you want first?
Do the one that was this morning's thumbnail, and then do the one that would have been better for today's discussion with Cam.
Okay, hang on. Oh, there we go. Oh, and now I'm not sure. Good Lord. It's like probably should practice doing this show sometime.
If you have children watching now, turn them away. No, I'm just joking.
Shit, did I go to the right one?
Insane.
Yep,
Okay, yeah.
that's it.
Okay, so this is nuts.
So this is, again, it's the same prompts. Frequency weapons destroy Tartarian giants and star forts, creating a catastrophic mud flood. All right, this particular.
I don't like it.
So this is the coherent. This is clip guided diffusion. It's less artistic at times, but much better at composing the subject matter.
However, this one.
So really the idea was, what are things that we don't really know about, and what would AI have to say about it? And that's what kind of where I have the Tartaria and the mud floods and star forts and things like that. Things that how does the AI interpret these things? And I thought this was really, really interesting interpretation from AI of that particular subject matter. see if I can go back and damn it. I've done a
And then
lot of
there's
these.
this.
And then I ran it through the other AI that was more artistic. And this was the image that it gave me. Frequency weapons destroy Tartarian giants and star forts, creating a catastrophic mud flood. And that's what the AI gave me.
That's far out.
Isn't that nutty?
Yeah, that's nuts. The rainbow thing, yeah, and the whole like floating, like the floating platforms that we were talking about earlier. The geysers coming up out of the earth. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
The background looks like those maps we were looking at.
The maps, right?
That's great. I mean, that's wild. Actually, perfect.
Yeah.
I do like the
Pretty
flying
fucking nice.
platforms a lot on
And the
that.
platform, I know.
It's almost a checkerboard looking, like the one in the left corner.
Left, yep, exactly, yep.
And the vortex in the middle, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot to it.
There's lots going on here. And then, like you said, this is the AI has crawled our interweb and learned a lot of shit on its own, and this is what it threw back at you.
Have you ever listened to the AI music?
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's
diminished.
fucking
Our buddy
weird,
Alan,
man.
Yeah, our buddy Alan Holman got us turned on to that way back in the day. And
I forget, but there's an album that's like the first whole album made entirely by AI or something. I forget. I don't know. It's weird though.
I'm gonna give it back to y'all. There you go.
I'm going to put up that Alex Gray one because it actually looks really cool. I might have to resend it.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
So I know that I've got the high quality version, because I can also take these. It makes them pretty low quality, like a 500 by 500 pixel picture. But then you can take it and upscale it, and it upscales it pretty dang good, pretty dang well. Good. Let me see here. I'm just not going to make anything easy on me. Son of a gun.
Of course not. Why would it?
All right.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing, this stuff.
Is there any reason you think you're special, Josh? I mean, it's not easy for us. Should it be? No.
I wrote a little short bus to school. Does that count?
Did you lick the windows?
Only if you were licking the window. Yeah.
Luckily, my helmet was so big I couldn't get my hand close enough to lick it.
Cool.
All right, let me see if I can get this picture.
For whoever wanted us to do the Stephen Hawking stuff, there you go. That's as close as we're getting.
That's what you're getting tonight. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, we're horrible.
No, man, we're sorry. We didn't mean to say that about your brother.
I'm trying to.
He knew he was going to pop in there.
Way past your bedtime, we thought. So
I fucked up my mic earlier, but when you guys were talking about like the egregores, that kind of thing, it reminded me of I've never seen it, but there's like a movie about that, about people making egregores of the corporations, and it's like there's like a shadow attached to the kid, and it's trying to get to the shadow of like the McDonald's or whatever and stuff. It's really weird.
I know what you're talking about, but it's
somebody talked about it. That's the only reason I know about it, but I've never seen it. Oh shit!
Whoa! Well, good night. I'll go have nightmares now.
Let's see if I can't now show everybody else, since only
that
you guys
blue
can
eye,
see
dude.
it.
That blue eye was
that
just
eye is on you. You better watch it.
Pierces right through my soul.
Man, is that Einstein?
And what is that
there?
thing in the center?
To the right, is that Einstein, but a monkey, but kind of Einstein? What the hell?
It's creepy, man.
I'm sorry, we're having too much fun, everybody.
Nightmare fuel. I mean, the colors are beautiful, but
Pretty.
that thing in the center is just so off-putting.
What was
And what grabs me is the monkey-faced girl or whatever it is. Each one of us is drawn to a different.
So the prompt.
Crazy.
Yeah. What was the whatever you put in for this one?
make it done a little smaller just so everybody can get the full size, the full scope of all the little weirdness that's in there. So the prompt that I gave this was level plane, sun, moon, stars, ocean, clouds, earth, sky, water, phi, consciousness, sacred geometry, Alex Gray.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we probably broke AI right there, I think.
The blue eye part looks like something from Animorphs.
Uh-huh. But then the other
Like
one,
halfway between a person and an animal.
Yeah.
but then on the other side looks like a reptile eye. Then there's the weird face right underneath that's kind of looking at you sideways, like, what the fuck are you looking at? Then I'm not even sure what that other one is right there on the edge, like an animal face, maybe? I don't know.
So what if some of these artists are just people that use AI to make weird shit? What if they're not artists at all?
Wouldn't surprise me. Well, just like I wouldn't surprise me if there were just a bunch of record executives pumping out music using AI and creating some fake ass artist. Probably what mumble rap is. Just nonsense. It's literal nonsense created by AI. Just a bunch of random letters and then vocalized. Yeah, that's some craziness in there.
I can pretend it. Yeah. The only happy thing I can see on there is if you go above like Monkey Face Girl, the pearl is kind of pretty to the left of her, but if your imagination is good, you can kind of see a Hershey's Kiss, so a little bit of chocolate. That, like, I've been craving chocolate lately, so I'm reaching hard, but that could be chocolate. It could be. I'm not going to be allowed to play anymore if I don't like up my game. Is this right?
This one's pretty good too. Having fun with Alex Gray. I thought maybe oh hell, you guys probably can't see this because I'm not sharing my.
And I see a flower petal in there, an iris.
I saw the flower petal in the iris and that, yeah, and the chocolate. That looks like intestines.
Yeah, this was the first Alex Gray, I think, that I tried. No, second.
Looks like someone was sliced, and then they took the slices and set them next to each other.
It's not good.
So
what's that movie, The Cell?
So here's the prompt that I gave it. The flat Earth is a galvanic cell battery in an infinite fractal electric universe. Hyperrealism, Alex Gray. So do you see the flat Earth in there? And then the cells.
Kinda.
Yeah, there's like land and water. There's a little bit of sky with sun and moon. I mean, there's some stuff there. It's interesting the way it incorporated all of the word prompts. And just sort of, because Alex Gray's sort of known for his biological artistry and recreating the veins and the nerves and sort of the weird stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's his gig for sure. I definitely get where it got all those things.
Even like that circle kind of in the center towards the top looks like a little earth pond.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's see what else.
Pretty wild.
Surrounded by muscles and brain tissue or something.
Right. Somebody call Roger. He knows what we're living on.
Ooh, here's one.
Fossil University.
I'll see if you guys can guess what prompts I used for this one. See if it's obvious. I'll put it up for the YouTube audience whilst I try to get the fellas here in Cami to be able to see. Share screen, this one. Anyone to guess what prompts I was using in this particular AI photograph?
I see moon landing. I see clown show.
Yeah, I see NASA clowns, moon.
That's why I love you
dog
guys.
show.
Hollywood production. I see a popcorn.
I love the
I was
popcorn.
gonna say the popcorn is kicking.
So do you see some waves and some water there too?
I see some
Yeah,
waves.
oh yeah.
So stars, moon, NASA, astronauts, swimming, circus, clowns, fake movie, fake.
Awesome.
How did the dogs get there? That's so great. I mean, because there's obviously a whole bunch of
Okay,
puppies
so you
in
have to turn these into NFTs and make
If
us
I knew
all
how I
super rich, so we can become like.
look,
You can do that on Hyper, and I can't figure out how to do it. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna start making stupid 30-second videos and be like, because like I've seen these. There's ones on there that it's like, oh, people paid like $3,000 for, and they're stupid. It's just it could be this. It really could.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
I just don't know.
Print that out on a canvas.
All right, buddy, I'm gonna feed you. My cat is like tearing my hair up, y'all. I'm gonna have to get out of here.
Yeah, it's
It's time.
bound to
feed
be
the
that time.
animals.
It's
Oh,
gotta be my
Thank
ears hurt.
y'all so much for
This
hanging out
also
this
it
long.
reminds me of those like those optical illusion posters that you know what I mean, where you
Oh,
stare
yeah.
at
Where
it till
you
the picture
stare and
pops
it
out.
turns into 3D, right? Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, it definitely could be that. Where's my stereo glasses?
So I
I'm
wanted to
cool
share
out.
one more thing with you guys
Hell yeah.
Mhm, surely.
from a while ago, but I've been wanting to say this to people who would have similar thoughts about it as me. So the last time I was on with you guys, which doesn't really matter when, but like the week before that, my stepdad passed away, right?
Mhm.
And totally like unexpected. No, like my mom was getting ready for work in the morning, and like she heard him fall, and he was dead. Like that was it, right? 50 years old, no, no, doesn't take medicine for anything, nothing like that, right? So I already know what you're thinking, so I'm just gonna go there. But I know that I was talking to my mom before that, like a week or so, and she said that they had been sick. And she was like, "We haven't been going anywhere because we don't want people trying to stick needles in us." And I was like, "Yeah." So I know that that wasn't a thing, right?
Right.
So they did an autopsy that week, because it was so like, there was no obvious reason. And it was a pulmonary embolism, which is blood clots in your lungs. So
Probably had
so
some
that's,
pain in his leg, some pain somewhere. And was like, why is this pain? What is this odd burning? It's probably nothing. Then it's in his lung. He's like, it's probably nothing. And then it's
so that's, I can, whatever, right? That could happen. So, I don't want to get into the whole thing, but my ex-brother-in-law, who's an asshole, but he was with this woman who's like 25. She falls over dead. Guess from what?
PE.
And now the only thing, they live in the same town. And I don't know, my mind is, I can't, that's too fucking weird, isn't it?
So here's two questions. 25-year-old female, is she on birth control and does she smoke cigarettes?
I couldn't tell you any of that.
Those two things combined are...
I would say no and yes.
No and... Yeah. I've seen more than one woman almost die from a pulmonary embolism from being on birth control and smoking while on birth control.
Shit.
Yeah, it's really messed up. My ex-wife almost died from a pulmonary embolism. Like she was in the hospital. She said, had you not come in when you did, you probably would have just been dead in your apartment. We were separated at the time. But yeah, that's because she was on birth control and smoking and probably doing other shit. But neither here nor there.
Well,
like I said, we're separated and she was on birth control.
Knowing what I know about those people, that's probably true as well. Could have been other, not mentioned factors.
Right.
But I just found it odd.
It still is odd.
It's still, statistically bizarre. For
Mhm.
sure.
Like in the same town, within
that close
2
to each
months,
other.
probably.
Is there any weird, other thing, like weird fires, weird,
Not that I know, but see, it is like up in the
places?
mountains. We're talking tiny little tucked away. So in my mind, if you're gonna fuck with people, it would be people
Yeah.
in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's where you do your tests. It's easier to isolate and
Right.
control.
Right.
And if you're trying to implement some sort of wireless technology that you're going to have a hard time, you want to start it sort of out in that rural area where they're least likely to want it and least likely to notice it, but you can still sort of get the service, the foundations laid for that service, so that once you get it inundated into the major population centers and it starts to come that way, you'll already have those primary centers posted up and ready to go.
And because there's already a certain situation thrust upon us, people will be predisposed to come up with a different reason for lung problems.
Or even psychosomatically just sort of put themselves into that position one way or the other.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's a thing I've been thinking about. I don't really have people who would at least,
entertain
think on
idea.
it.
Entertain the thought, right.
Well, the way.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Zach.
I don't put it past there being a group out there, quite possibly even government funded, that's paid to do tests on, populations to get, we'll try this new technology out here and see how many people it kills out of this control group. Because we know there's going to be certain human beings that it's going to mess with them, with their biology. This electromagnetic, whatever we're going to be putting out into that ether. Some people, we're all different blood types, different this, that. There's all kinds of stuff, ways we're different. And with some people, it's just not going to click. Maybe they're, just testing it out. That's just crazy conspiracy theory talk, just one of those thoughts. So yeah, I don't know, man. It could be one of those crazy coincidences, or who knows?
I saw James True in chat earlier. Saw Dojo Earth in chat earlier. I heard you talking at the beginning of the show, Zach, about your brother and your mom. And this idea that all this fucked up shit that's been going on the last 2 years, no matter how you want to shake it out, whether it's health related or more culturally related, the things that have been going on have woken up so many people. The people that wouldn't listen to anything someone had to say because they're a conspiracy theorist, well, he's just crazy. He's not going to say anything that's worth a darn, right? Whatever he says, you just do the opposite. That's probably going to be the right, because he's just one of those crazy conspiracy theorists. But now you have to listen to it, because the crazy conspiracy theorist was the guy that was telling you 2 years ago, don't take the mandatory vaccine. They're going to want to force it on the whole fucking population. And you laughed at him. Well, you crazy conspiracy. Now you see him with these forced vaccines trying to put down the whole population. You're like, oh, shit. That little voice inside your head saying, maybe you should listen to your local conspiracy theorist a little more. And your brother says, what are these conspiracy theorists even say? Well, hold on, what has Zach's been saying? And that down goes the rabbit hole. Comes up for air, says, shit. He might even be right about the flat earth. And you can't hold that shit in. So what's the first thing he does? He's got to go run and tell his mom. Like one of the same things I had to do. Who can I tell that may not necessarily judge me and disown me right off the bat? My wife and my mother. That was about the only two people I thought I was safe to share this stuff with. And that was it. And now mom's looking at him. Mom's like, hey, Zach, what's going on here? There's your local conspiracy theorist. Ready and waiting with open arms. We knew you'd come. That's why we were here in the first place. Just so you all can hear the message. But thanks, TJ, for coming to hang out.
Absolutely, TJ.
Grunk the Bard, everybody.
Fun, brother.
Thanks for having me.
You're still going live. You're still doing stuff. You're still putting loops out and shit, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Nemo. That dude's paid me for some songs that I haven't done yet, and I want him to know that I haven't forgotten. I'm working on it.
There you go.
Having to go back to work, that threw a wrench in all my shit, but Yeah, I'm still doing stuff.
Can I ask
Nice.
a real weird question? How
Please.
that went for you psychologically? Because I could totally sense and feel the pride that came with being able to throw your finger up in the air at your job and saying, no fucking way, bye, I don't need you that bad. And bouncing and be like, I'll figure it out. Then having to get down to the point like, oh, fuck. Fuck.
To me, I've thought about, well, obviously I've thought about all of it a lot, but I think almost there's an element of, when people talk about manifesting stuff, you can try too hard to push things into place as opposed to letting them fall into place. And I think that comes into play somewhere. I also think that, I've talked to people before about that I wouldn't want music to be my job because then you have like deadlines and all this bullshit and that takes the fun away. And I kind of think I feel that way about it still too. That like if I don't give a shit what I do, I really don't give a shit what anybody thinks about what I do. So if I just do the things that I like, at least I'm having a good time. So I think that's kind of where I'm at.
Great philosophy. Man.
That's where we are here too after 7 fucking years of being on YouTube.
Right.
We just hit 4,000 subs after 7 years.
Oh yeah, and I'm telling you, I picked up more subs in the last 2 months than I did the whole last year where I streamed like every day. That's unbelievable. It's like it's a good joke on myself. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
Like just that was kind of the thing too. It's like, I'll just let what's out there get out there more.
Mm-hmm. You can't force these things.
Nope. You can row your boat gently down the stream. But even if you put your paddles in and don't do shit, you're still just going gently down the stream. So fuck it, you're going to get you at the same point either way.
As long as you're not rowing in the other direction, you're good.
That's right.
And I'm still like, I got to do stuff. You know how it is. I got to, it's just the long way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know how to explain it.
The scenic route.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get your time
there's
put
always
in.
a path that everybody wants to take. That's just a straight, perfect path right to our destination. But that doesn't happen. There's no, even the yellow brick road winded around, curved, there's no straight path to happiness. It's a long, bumpy road and it never ends, You can be on that path, but a lot of times you're going to fall off and you got to find your way back to it. I mean, that's just life. It's
journey, not a destination.
Exactly.
And I'm here for the
My
long
advice
haul.
is look around. Enjoy the scenery, whatever it may be.
That's right. So we're
That's what it's.
Go
it's
ahead.
like I have all the stuff. If I, just like you're saying, if I like look at what I have practically, I have all the stuff to do anything I could want to do. I have, you know what I mean? I have more stuff than most of the musicians I like had 40 years ago. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, just do it. Stop thinking about it and just do it.
I know what you mean. I have a compulsion to collect video effects. And there's all sorts of companies out there willing to sell me bundles of video effects. I have more shit, whether it's sound or video or composition. I have more free bundles of shit in my computer than any one man would ever need for any particular reason whatsoever. And I've got a really nice little piece of editing software. It's decent for editing. It's decent for compositing. It's all in one. Works really well. I mean, I've got a lot of my belt's full of utilities. And I look at what Mark Sargent did and what he did it with versus what we've accomplished here with what I'm working with. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm in it for the long haul. We're the slow burn, baby. We're not that flash in the pan. But there is a lot to be said for being able to compartmentalize. Like doing our show in the morning, we have a definitive start time, definitive end time, and a few definitive breaks in between. And we do really good at being on time. Whereas this show, not so much. But it works out well, because if this were the show that I had to feel that pressure to make sure that I was always on time, it would make it a lot less fun. We would miss a lot of good conversation. That half hour today before the show was a lot of really good conversation. I mean, I could have gone live. I could have shut everybody up and interrupted and said, look, everybody shut up. I'm doing a motherfucking show. God damn it. This is Have No Fear. And it's time to go live. It's 5 o'clock. Chop, chop. Let's do it. Shut up. Let's do it. Going live right now. Ding, ding. And welcome. But it's a lot easier just to let the conversation go and listen and enjoy our company. Be like, all right, well, I guess we should go because we can only make Liz wait so long. The poor woman stays up late as it is. So we just want to hurry up and get Liz watching as fast as we can. And sometimes it just doesn't always go at 5 o'clock. But it works out well because we're on time in the morning and we're a little bit more laid back here. But thanks again, TJ, for coming to hang out. It's always a pleasure. Anytime you want to come hang out, you got the link. Click it.
Yep.
Every fucking week if you want. Just come in.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah.
You know, another bummer that recently, because I had for my other channel, like the video we were looking at, I had a bunch of stuff that I recorded, some of it on my phone with the screen recorder and some of them I have on here. So just, I don't know. But lately, the fucking SD card in my phone corrupted and I lost. I can't even, I'm still suddenly realizing shit that I lost. And I'm like, oh, I think some of it's on my computer, but I think there's hours of stuff that is gone. And it sucks. Cause I was even kind of like, fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? I was like over it for a minute, but then when I realized I lost all of it, I'm like, oh, that sucks. Like,
yep.
It's just like we were saying, you're never going to capture that, you know, I'm never going to find all the specific stuff that where this led me to this and this led me to this. And you know what I mean? It's gone.
It's gone.
Like, I think there might be a part 3 to that. I don't know if I posted it or if I lost it now, or maybe I'd have it on here. I don't even know. That's a thing too. I hate being a person who like has to be on a computer or a phone all the time. Like I wish I wasn't like that, but I am.
Oh no, me too.
And since I am, it'd be really cool if I could learn to get organized. If I could learn to put it places and tag it and organize it and pull it up quickly and have the like nice recall. But no, I've got probably 2 terabytes worth of shit. Well, I probably got 500 megabytes, 500 gigabytes worth of shit spread out between 2 terabytes worth of drives. Who knows how many copies upon copies upon copies of files I have on my computer.
Like my Gravity video, it's lucky that I did put that out because all the individual parts that I made to make that, those are all gone.
That sucks.
So at least I did it.
At least you did it. And what an awesome job with it too. Yeah, we just played that not too long ago, didn't we?
Yeah, dude. Can we play that again?
Absolutely.
Going
If
out.
I can find it.
Dude, I was jamming. This is the first time I've said it too, but that was the better version than Cheyenne. Is that her name?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked your version better than hers. And that was the first time I've heard a version that I liked better than hers.
Thank you. I have to dig up before I like recorded that. A couple of my live acoustic streams I did acoustic versions of it just because, you know, there's probably like 0 to 2 people watching so I could fumble through it and stuff. But I'd like to find those 2 just to see how they sound. What was I gonna say about that? I don't know. Oh yeah. Like I always have to go through, I don't know if that's just a creative person thing, but like till I got done with that, I hated it because it took so long and all that. And then like now a couple months later, I listened to it. And I'm like, oh no, it's pretty good. I kind of nailed it.
Well, no artist is ever satisfied, correct?
Very true.
Not while they're alive.
Also true.
Yeah, I learned that at a young age. I was like maybe 12, middle school.
You might have seen
And
video.
I was drawing this drawing of these monkeys' eyes, and I was done, I thought, in like 2 days. You know, we had 2 weeks to work on it. But then she kept coming up and saying, well, are you sure you want to? And she taught me about smearing, and it was all in pencil. We had to do this one drawing in just pencil. And I'd come out of that art class, and my hands would be black, with just covered in. But then I learned about, wow, if I just keep going and keep doing more, it looks more and more realistic the more time and effort I put into this thing. And to the point where I worked up to the very last minute that I could, and I still wasn't done yet, you know? Yeah. I didn't like that teacher, but she taught me a lot. Miss Vonderhaar. 8th grade art. Yep.
I can't think of the name, but I'm pretty sure I had an art teacher with a similar name to that. That's weird. I can't think what it was. I don't know.
Can't believe I remembered her name. What were you pulling up there, Josh?
About to play the all.
Oh yeah,
Gravity.
Gravity.
I'm gonna crank it up on
Yeah.
my speakers and say goodbye to you guys now. And I love y'all. Thank you so much, DJ. Thank you, Campbell. Thank y'all.
Love you all. Love you all out there. Thanks so much. Yeah, that was a fun night.
Yep. Thanks to everybody.
Gonna have Rico's tinfoil hat on next week.
Whom I've
Friday.
already emailed, as well as
And-
David M.
On top of it, look at that.
Emails
And
both.
Don't
we're-
forget to make a
we're-
weird thumbnail.
Reaching out to David M. as well, who's already emailed us. And then I shouted out to JT himself, the True Train, in chat there to see if he'll come on here in the next couple of 3 or 4 weeks. So we got plans, ladies and gentlemen.
True, true. All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with us this Friday night. Make sure you're back here next week. Again, we'll be talking to Rico, hanging out.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have any specific thing, Rico. Even if you're still there, you're probably already eating dinner, falling asleep, and whatever by now. But a lot of music stuff, because there's so many musicians around here. I think some music stuff would be really good. Other than that, just sort of shooting the shit, getting to know each other, hanging out, sort of the way we always do. So you guys have a great rest of your weekend. This is a little terrestrial Mac on the way out, covering Cheyenne's Gravity, sort of our adopted theme song around here from way back. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Peace out, everyone.
Pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me, let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. something's pulling us high. Potential fly. Don't let anyone hold you back from this one incredible chance. We're lucky to have had a glance.